let's get to it then. So I think so far the only like major difference I've made to the route from last week. Hey Groot, how you doing? Thanks for good luck. Is I swapped the first two endings around. So in my PB I did Treasure Hunt 1 first and then Endangered Weasel. But in this one I'm going to try doing Endangered Weasel first and Treasure Hunt and then Treasure Hunt 1. And I swapped them around because in Endangered Weasel there are 2 times where you have to wait until 7 o'clock to activate certain cutscenes, and those days are like really good times, and like really good opportunities to pick up items that you can then use in other endings. Whereas Treasure Hunt 1 doesn't really have anything like that. So Treasure Hunt 1 you have to befriend all these people, and you pretty much have to get the items like on the fly. You have to get them like right away. Whereas in Endangered Weasel you only really have to worry about befriending one person, and you have time to get items for other endings. Oh, well, I hope your wisdom tooth isn't leaving you in too much pain to watch this. I think I'm just going to do a safety save before the ending of Azure Swallowtail. I don't know if I'm gonna like reset the game. That would make it a little bit safer than having to watch the whole credits. But I don't know. But so for people who didn't see my last run or haven't seen my PB of this, right at the end in the Azure Swallowtail split, the game crashed or soft locked during like the last few seconds of the credits, and the last time I had saved was at the end of the previous ending, so I had to do all of the Azure Swallowtail again. So there's a big time save on that split as well. So even though I'm doing these endings these first 2 endings in a different order, I still go for mixed answers because you still want to get that 15, but that plus 15 bonus on Gwen. Where are the time saves? So I think by swapping around these first 2 endings, I should be able to save. I reckon roughly half an hour-ish. Well, that's what I timed it yesterday, and that's roughly what I saved. I don't know exactly what the time save is, but I can save time in which one? In horse race and cake contest. Oh, actually, it wouldn't be cake contest. It would be fishy story because I swapped those 2 around again. Because in my original route, I had, after horse race, I did cake contest and then fishy story. But the chicken wasn't laying the egg, wasn't laying the golden egg that you need for cake contest. So I swapped the 2 around during the run. Okay, need to pick up a weed. So I have a bit of time save in horse race and a bit of time in fishy story. Depending on how good item luck I get, I can also save time in like just various other endings. Though I don't know the exact time save I have on those ones. Hey Sam, thanks for the good luck. How are you doing today? That's good to hear. I'm doing well, thanks. So one of the slight drawbacks to doing Treasure Hunt second instead of first is Treasure Hunt you have to befriend quite a few people, and the first ending you do you get a plus 15 affection bonus with various people depending on how you answer the goddess questions. And getting that cutscene in Treasure Hunt affects more people, ends up affecting more people than in the other endings, because it's one of the few endings where you have to befriend a lot of people. But being able to not have to spend a bunch of time collecting items for that ending saves a lot more time than it does than the two couple of extra days you'd have to spend befriending people. Because then some people you can actually go into the ending with faster items anyway. So for example, Leela gets +6 from pink cat flowers, but +4 from regular flowers. And in Treasure Hunt 1, if you do that first, you don't end up going... Oh, well, you do go to Summer, but you'll already have befriended Leela by that point. So... so you can't use... there's no point using pink cat flowers on her, because you probably already got her past the affection requirement. You can pick up the pink cat flowers and use them for later endings, but they don't save time in that specific ending. Whereas this ending does actually go to Summer just a little bit, so you can actually pick up some pink cat flowers. So Leela is a bit faster to befriend. And if you get lucky with mining, you can also befriend Lewis a bit faster. Okay, so I actually got kind of good luck today because it rained. And the reason why it's kind of good that it rained is because on Thursdays you usually wouldn't be able to befriend Gwen. You'd usually have to wait until 2 o'clock, I think it's 2 o'clock anyway, 2 o'clock when she gets to the lake. Otherwise, anytime you talk to her, you would only get +2 affection instead of +4. But when it rains, she's always in the carpenter's house. So usually you'd end up skipping Tuesdays and Thursdays, though the first 2 non-rainy Tuesdays you use to befriend the harvest sprites, because you need to befriend them a little bit in this ending. Hey Desert, how you doing? Thanks for the good luck. That's good to hear. I'm doing well as well, thanks. So because I'm doing this ending first, I haven't changed my splits or anything. I've just moved them in live split. So I will lose roughly 3-4 minutes maybe in this split, but that's because in my PB I did this second, so I didn't have the intro, whereas because I've done it first this time, I've had 3 minutes of the intro at the beginning. Also, I have to spend a few moments picking up items to give to Gwen. And on top of that, I'm also actually going to attempt to get the dog during this ending and have it going into Treasure Hunt 1 instead of trying to get the dog during Treasure Hunt. And that's why during this ending, you might see me just kind of run off to the side to pick up weeds. Despite the fact you only need one weed to befriend, or like to introduce yourself to everybody, you end up picking up more weeds just because they're a good nothing item to feed your dog. But I'm not going to start attempting to get the dog until basically I think the end, or like towards the end of the run. But I practiced this, like I timed doing these two endings swapped around first yesterday, and I think the way I did it then was on the first cutscene where you wait until 7 o'clock to try and take the photo of the weasel with Gwen. That was when I started leaving food outside for the dog, and then you end up getting the dog like roughly like a little bit before the end. I'm kind of actually hoping it doesn't rain tomorrow because I want to finish befriending the harvest sprites tomorrow. It doesn't actually matter if I don't finish befriending the harvest sprites tomorrow because I can use another Tuesday to continue befriending them. It's just nice to not have to worry about stuff like that. But then if it does rain, I can continue befriending Gwen, so it's not really a time save nor time loss. Okay, good. Cool. No, let's not give them the weed. So because I talked to them, I only needed to give them 2 items, and that's enough to put them over the requirement. Okay. So an interesting thing about the first cutscene in this ending, I believe it's only when you get the sprites to 80, I don't think... Oh no, you need to get Gwen to 50 and the sprites to 80. Which I've met both those requirements, but despite the fact it takes place like in the beginning of the day, it doesn't actually... it's one of the few cutscenes that doesn't actually force good weather. Or it's one of the few, like, cutscenes that happen in the beginning of the day that don't force good weather. It's a little bit easy to get thrown off by the fact by looking at like notes and like, hang on, I should have met all the requirements, and then not getting the cutscene. But that's just because force good weather. But it doesn't force good weather, but you still have to have good weather to get it. And because today's Thursday, I'm going to skip today because I either wouldn't get as many as much affection talking to Gwen, or I'd have to wait until 2 o'clock to talk to Gwen. Okay. Hey, lost my old account again. How you doing? Thanks for the good luck. And I'm sure I'll have some fun. I haven't seen many medicinal herbs. I think that actually was my first medicinal herb in this ending so far. And that's actually another good thing about doing this ending first, is it allows you to kind of get a head start on finding items that you can sell in order to make money for the seeds that you need in Treasure Hunt 1. Instead of having to find them in the same ending. Yeah, so getting quite a few medicinal herbs would be good. Also getting a few weeds would be good as well, because as I mentioned earlier, they're good items to just use to feed the dog. Let's try and pick up some fairy berries whilst I'm here. I don't think any more can grow at this point. So actually, I've just realised I've started this 10-hour run without explaining what it is for any people who may not have seen the stream I did of this last week, or a new stream or anything like that. So this is an all endings run. So in Save the Homeland, there are 9 different endings. There are 9 different ways that you can save the homeland. And when you do complete one of the endings, after the post-credits cutscene, the game prompts you to save, and if you save it, you can then start again from the beginning of the year. But you keep all your money, all your items, and all your animals. So I think key items get reset, so if you have like certain items that are like specific to an ending, such as Kurt's Rod, or what's it called? Or like the blue mist flower seeds. You don't keep them, but you keep like any like forageable items and stuff like that, and like regular seeds, I think. And basically, so the point of this run is to complete all 9 different endings as one continuous like playthrough speedrun, and to have them all saved onto the same file, so every time you complete an ending, it like takes note that which ending you've completed, and if you then complete another ending on the same file, it takes note of that one as well, so they kind of like appear next to each other. But once you do all 9 of them, you can see that you have a file that shows you've completed all 9 endings using like the same file. So that's what I'm attempting to do in one playthrough. My specific goal for this run is to get a sub 10 hour run. I was pretty close to it last week. I don't think I would have got it even without having to redo Azure Swallowtail, but I got some pretty bad luck here and there, especially with the golden egg that I need for the cake contest, not the chicken contest. So hopefully that goes a little bit better this run. And hopefully swapping these first 2 endings around should also save me a little bit of time. I think if it all goes well and I get like a good number of items going into Treasure Hunt, it could save me like roughly half an hour, I think. Okay, hoping for a little bit of rain tomorrow. Ah, okay. So yeah, so if it had rained yesterday, I would have been able to go and visit Gwen again without having to walk all the way to Brownie Farm, which is a little bit further than the Carpenters. Ooh. And quick item check. Is it 4? Okay. Not doing brilliantly with like things like medicinal herbs and weeds. So it might be a little bit of a struggle to get the dog this ending. But hopefully the 2 7 o'clock cutscenes will really help me up my item count. Okay, so the next day I visit Gwen, and talk to her and give her an item. We'll then put her over the requirement for the next cutscene. But the next cutscene I actually want to do on a specific day. I attempted to do this in my PB, but I actually forgot about it on the day. But I want to get this cutscene on a Thursday, because the next cutscene I get will then allow me to get the next cutscene, in which I have to wait until 7 o'clock. To activate another cutscene. A lot of cutscenes in this game. And basically I want to do that day on a Thursday, because Thursdays are when she goes to the lake and you can get +6 affection from talking to her. This will be my last one, yeah. It should be Monday now, yeah. Okay. Actually, aside from daily items like weeds and herbs, I shouldn't actually pick up any of the like items today, because I'm going to get a lot of time to pick them up tomorrow. So she should now be at 142 affection, and the requirement for this next cutscene is 140. Okay. So now I've opened up the next cutscene, in which I have to wait until 7 o'clock to activate. I have to be at the Goddess Pond for 7 o'clock. And interesting enough, this is actually one of the few endings you can lock yourself out of. So if you don't, so there are 2 cutscenes like this, and you have to do them on kind of specific days. So because I watched the cutscene that because I got the cutscene that I just skipped today, I have to do this next cutscene today, otherwise I can't do this ending. And then there's another one like it when you get to Gwen to 200 affection, and you have to watch the next cutscene. You have to go to the Goddess Pond at 7 o'clock again, and if you fail to do it then, either you can't do the ending, although actually I think if you want to go by technicalities, you could probably lock yourself out of Azure Swallowtail, because I think you can't, if you don't grow the flower before fall, or if you don't finish growing the flower before fall, you can't actually like finish it. I think other than that, I don't think any other endings have like season specific requirements. Although actually I haven't checked it, but because you can't grow crops in winter, if you don't finish growing the crops in the Sacred Land before winter, you may not be able to finish either of the treasure hunt endings, if that happens, but Yeah. I don't think any of the other endings have anything. Yes, yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna get the items from the Goddess Pond and then go back to the lake to visit Gwen. But the good thing about this cutscene I'm about to get, so we'll get in a bit, is so the requirement for it is you have to be in the Goddess Pond at 7, or get there like after 7. I don't actually know what like the limit is, because presumably it's between 7 and another time, but I don't know what that other time is. The good thing about it is you can just be in the pond before 7, and when it reaches 7 the cutscene automatically starts. You don't have to like get there and then once it turns 7 you have to like exit and re-enter. You don't have to do that. You can just, as long as you're there and then if it turns 7 the cutscene automatically starts. Okay, hopefully I wasn't too long. Hopefully Gwen's still good. Now hopefully she doesn't start like moving to wherever her next place is. And what I'm going to do with the rest of the time, because I still have a little bit of time to kill before 7, is I'm going to do a little bit of digging, because you can get a few good items here. So a few of the items that you get from digging you can use to befriend Kurt, a few of them you can use to befriend Lewis, or alternatively you can just sell them, which I feel like I might end up doing because I haven't been doing so well with medicinal herbs. Okay. That was some very good cutscene mashing, because you didn't see any of the cutscenes at all. Okay, so now the next cutscene will activate when Gwen gets to 200 affection, and that'll be the final affection requirement for a cutscene in this ending. So once she gets to 200, I don't have to befriend her anymore. So even though after the next cutscene I'll have to do the same thing again where I wait till 7 o'clock, I don't have to worry about doing that on a Thursday because I don't have to befriend Gwen anymore after this. Okay, how many weeks do I have? I've got a couple. Yeah, so I would actually kind of like to get the dog during this ending. I don't know if like the effects of like if you don't end up getting the dog but you've attempted to get the dog, if that carries over to the next ending or not. So if I don't know like how much that'll set me back or affect things, because I don't know if I'll be going from like the same point I'm at now with trying to befriend the dog, or if I basically have to start over again. But I've got a while. I think I should be fine. Because I've still got a few days left of befriending Gwen, and then I think I then have 7 days after that before the final cutscene plays. Okay. Doesn't want to give me the dog just yet. Okay, so even though tomorrow is a Tuesday, I'm actually going to go visit Gwen at Brownie Farm because I'm exactly 9 points off the requirement. For the next cutscene. So, if you talk to her at Brownie Farm, you actually get +5 instead of +4. But it's usually not worth it because it takes longer to get to Brownie Farm. But if I do this now, it'll save me having to go back to the Carpenters an extra time. So it should save me a little bit of time. Apparently I just didn't press the X button. Okay, so that should be the last interaction I need to do with Gwen for this ending. I'm thinking I maybe should have waited a week, so even though tomorrow's the first day of summer, there's not a high chance many pink cat flowers will have grown, whereas if I waited a week and then did this, then I'll have got the cutscene a week later and more pink cat flowers will have grown, so I'll have a higher chance of being able to give a few more items to Leela. Oh, okay, never mind, I just haven't got the cutscene yet anyway. But I got the dog, so that's okay. Okay. I don't know which part I don't know. I must have accidentally added on like a number that I didn't actually have. That's fine, that's not a massive time loss. Okay, I'm just gonna pass these flowers because they're going tomorrow. Those berries are not going to be ready tomorrow. That's fine. The fewer items I can pick up tomorrow means the more mining I can do, which gives me a higher chance of having good items, either good items to sell or good items to give to Lewis or Kurt. I'm going to feed my dog at the end of this cutscene because whilst I'm foraging for the day, I might pick up something like weeds that I can feed my dog without using up items that I'd want to give to other people. But yeah, so this ending is almost done. Just have to wait until 7 o'clock again, and then wait a week after that, and then that's this ending done. The week will go a little bit longer than it usually does because I'll have to be going feeding my dog every day. Though actually, I'm pretty sure if an animal is sick and then you finish an ending, it's when you like save and then start up the file again, it's not sick. It's like when you start the next ending, it's not ill anymore. But I'm pretty sure for every day it's sick, you lose affection with it, and I want to gain affection with my dog for Treasure Hunt 1. So I don't want to get my dog sick. That being said, I do want my dog to die eventually. Because keeping the horse after like you do Treasure Hunt 2 is fine, because that saves you a bunch of time in the various endings. Keeping the dog does not. And if it dies outside of Treasure Hunt 1, you most likely lose affection with various people that you don't want to be losing affection with. But for a slightly new strat I'm going to try out during Treasure Hunt 1, I shouldn't have to worry about my dog not dying during Treasure Hunt 1. It should definitely die. But I'll talk more about that during that ending. Also, okay, I said, yeah, these very berries aren't likely to grow, and no, of course they all grow in time. Yeah, unfortunately we let our dog die in this run, because once it finds the sacred land, it takes too much time. 2 pink cats last week. It takes too much time to keep it alive. so you just stop feeding it and stop looking after it, and then it dies. One downside is you can't skip the cutscene for its death, so you do have to feel a little bit bad every time it happens. I'm doing really well with like regular herbs, not so well with medicinal herbs, which is a bit sucky, but okay. I might have to sell some of these blueberries then in the next ending, and hope I can kind of catch them up in maybe like Bluebird or something, because you only need blueberries for Treasure Hunt 2, but you only really have like a couple of endings to get them. But then like once you do finish Treasure Hunt 2, you can then just get rid of them if you need to. Like if you don't, then it's just a little bit of a waste of time to try and get rid of them. But if you're like a little bit stuck for money, okay, let's hope I get some more good items. So the best item you can dig up in terms of money is the rare metal, which is worth 180. I think then it's the blue rock, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. It might be the moonlight stone. I don't remember how much those are worth. The worst is the coin, because the coin is always worth 10G. And you can't even use it as an item. Like, it's guaranteed money because you get it instantly, but it's only 10G, so it's not even a lot, and like it's exclusively money. Whereas like digging up anything else is like, oh, you can either use it as money or a gift. So now I'm waiting for the final cutscene of this ending, and also raising affection with my dog, which you do by picking it up, feeding it, and whistling. But you only actually raise your affection with the dog through whistling when it gives a certain reaction. So that's why I think one of the days I was whistling multiple times in a row. And sometimes I'm just whistling once, and that's because I'm waiting for the dog to like sniff at me. I didn't do it then. Not currently doing it. Come on, dog. There you go. So when the dog gives that reaction, that's how you know. That's when like it actually raises affection. If it doesn't do that, then you haven't raised any affection with it. And this is the final cutscene, you can tell, because you can't skip it. This will be one ending down, 8 more to go. So going into Treasure Hunt 1, I'm doing pretty well for items. I pretty much will like exhaust all the items, like because of how many people you have to befriend for this ending, and the fact that you have to feed your dog as well. Not doing so great for money or items I can sell, which is a bit of a shame. Yes, so for this run I've swapped around Endangered Weasel and Treasure Hunt 1, and I've also swapped around Cake Contest and Fishy Story. In the run I did last week, I did want to do Fishy Story and Cake Contest in the order that I've got them this time, but because the chicken wasn't giving me the golden egg, I did Fishy Story first. But it's a little bit better to do Cake Contest before Fishy Story, because Cake Contest has a cutscene where you have to wait until 9 o'clock, and in that time you can dig up more items that are worth +6 for Kurt. So you can get like a few better items for Kurt if you do Cake Contest first. Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier in the run, I'm going to lose like a few minutes on this ending just because of a few things. One, because of so in my previous run, I did this ending second, so it didn't have the intro. But that time I will then say, like, I'll automatically save in Treasure Hunt 1 because Treasure Hunt 1 in my PB had the intro, whereas it won't in this run. Also, just lose a little bit of time, just from having to pick up a few items here and there, which I wouldn't have had to have done in my PB because I would have finished Treasure Hunt 1 with those items already. But the time that I'll lose from picking up a few items in Endangered Weasel compared to the time I'll save in all the time I spent in Treasure Hunt 1 in my PB picking up items for more people, the difference will be in my favour. So I think the intro usually takes, I can't remember, it's either like 3 minutes 10 or like 3 minutes 30. So any additional time I lose on top of like that is like quote unquote time lost, but that's time I'll save in that's time I should hopefully save in the next split. I actually also would have lost a little bit of time because in my Endangered Weasel PB split I wouldn't have done anything to do with the dog. But that should again save me time in the next split. So there on the title screen you can see that I've got the little thing that says I've completed the Endangered Weasel ending. And you just go straight into the next one. No intro, no cutscenes, nothing. You just bang, straight into it. So, okay, Treasure Hunt 1. Treasure Hunt 1 and Treasure Hunt 2 are the same, so it kind of sucks a little bit now that I've swapped Endangered Weasel and Treasure Hunt 1 around, that I now have a single ending of, like, break between I basically repeat it. But it's faster this way, so oh well. So I already have quite a few items, so usually if I started with Endangered Weasel, I'd be running around trying to, like, you know, I'd be picking up all these extra items. Make sure I have them, but I don't actually need to do that this time, because I've already got a bunch of items. I may still have to pick up a few here and there, and as you kind of get towards, like, the end of, well, once you've, like, befriended all the extra characters and you only have Tim left to befriend, you have, like, a bit of time to pick up a few extra items for, like, future endings. Actually, I'm also going to, like, sell. So I could have used those few items that I sold to befriend people like Kurt and Lewis for a couple points extra, but I don't really want to be behind on money in this ending, so I'm gonna sell them instead. So my inventory is like in a really, everything's in like a really weird order, which I'm not a massive fan of. But spending time organizing it is a waste of time. So yeah, so for Treasure Hunt 1, the main character, or characters that you have to befriend in this ending are Tim and your dog. But there are also a bunch of side characters that you have to befriend as well, which I'm going to be doing near the beginning of this ending. Basically, everyone I'm introducing myself to today are like the few extra characters that you have to meet and introduce yourself to and befriend. And every one of them except Martha and Lewis you have to befriend to 50. Martha and Lewis you only have to befriend to 40. And all these extra characters stay the same in Treasure Hunt 2. You have to befriend all these extra characters as well. The only difference in Endangered Weasel 2, not Endangered Weasel 2, Treasure Hunt 2, is you don't have to befriend Tim for as much, and you don't have to get a dog at all. So instead of getting a dog in Treasure Hunt 2, I almost said Endangered Weasel 2 again, there isn't a second Endangered Weasel ending. It's 2 Treasure Hunt endings though. So in the second Treasure Hunt ending, instead of getting a dog, you befriend Dia. Which is good because then in Treasure Hunt 1 you have to let your dog die so that it doesn't cost you a bunch of time. You don't have to worry about Dia dying or living in this ending. Okay, so the only character I haven't met so far that I need to is, well, Tim and Leela. I knew that I'll get a little bit of a head start on her because I have a few pink cat flowers. If you get a little bit better luck with pink cat flowers in Endangered Weasel, you can get more, but I only managed to get 2, unfortunately. And it's not that worth going out of your way to get them. The good thing about using the weed to befriend people is the only person who actually takes it off you, like nobody takes the weed off you except Parsley, but Parsley's talking introduction is worth the same as his gift introduction, so there's no point using the gift introduction on him anyway. So actually, in case you haven't seen any runs of this game before, you might be wondering why every time I introduce myself to a character, I show them weed. It's because there are two different... So the first time you interact with the character, it counts as like an introduction, and characters have two different types of introductions. They have a talking introduction and a gift introduction. And in most scenarios, the gift introduction is worth more. In the only cases that it's not, it's because it's worth the same as their talking introduction. With the catch being that if you give somebody, if you get a talking introduction with somebody, you can't then usually give them a gift afterwards. With the exception being, if you introduce yourself to them with a gift that they don't like, such as a weed, then it still gives you the points for the gift introduction, but it still allows you to give them another gift. But there are going to be certain characters that I wait for them to be in like specific places in order to get more affection with them. So for example, I waited until Gina was inside the supermarket to talk to her because I get +5 affection for that, instead of the +4 you get by talking to her outside. Okay. So having my dog on 2 hearts already is actually really good because you need your dog on 3 hearts to unlock the Sacred Land. And basically how some of this works out is if I get like decent luck with Tim and not too many rainy days, I should be able to befriend everybody in time for the spring rainy season. Which sounds really good. And it is really, like, to unlock the Sacred Land before the spring rainy season is good. So there's a slight catch with that, unfortunately. So I actually did, I did a bit of practice of this yesterday to test and time what it's like to swap around the first two endings. And I managed to get it so that I unlocked the Sacred Land on the last day before the rainy season, which is a Tuesday. I think it's the 16th. Yeah, Tuesday the 16th. And that sounds perfect because for whatever reason, even though crops usually take, so when you get to the Sacred Land, you then have to grow a bunch of crops of like all the different types, and usually that will take up to 11 days to do. But for some reason, if you leave it until the rainy season, that kind of like automatically grows all of them by the end of it. Except for, apparently, if you do it in the spring rainy season. So if you do it in the summer rainy season, it works fine. If you do it in the spring rainy season, it doesn't. And at first this kind of sounds bad. This sounds like, oh, well, that's not good then, because there's no point like getting the dog early, because then you just kind of have to keep it till the summer rainy season. But that's not what you actually have to do. You can still get your dog for the spring rainy season in time, and you can still unlock the Sacred Land for the spring rainy season, and that's still fine. But then what you can do is unlock the Sacred Land and then just sleep until summer. It doesn't really have any like negative effects, like, because you need your dog to die anyway, so this just gets this out of the way without it being at a I don't know what the word, inconvenient time. Because if you get kind of unlucky, like especially in any percent runs, your dog can die at an inconvenient time and mess your run up a little bit. The way this happens is basically when your dog dies, I don't actually know if it forces good weather, but if it... I don't think it forces good weather, but if it happens on a day where there is good weather, then if you're in the middle of growing the crops for the Sacred Land, it means they go a day without water, which leaves them open and gives them a chance to die, which means you would have to grow all of the crops again, or reload from a save file. Okay, so first treasure hunt cutscene. Funny enough, even if you say no to him, you still actually like watch the next cutscene, And you still like carry on with the opening of the treasure hunt runs. You just don't get the +5 affection with him that you do if you say yes. I think the cutscene also takes a little bit longer. Hey Heinz, thanks for the good luck. Oh, does he get -3? I just have in my notes that he just gets +5 if you say yes. I probably just didn't copy that bit down. Yeah, I'm hoping the game doesn't softlock as well. I'm gonna make a safety save just before I finish Azure Swallowtail. Depending on how well the run's going, I may also just like reset the game just to be like very safe. Yeah, it is quite weird that we both managed to get it. I think it might just be something that happens if you play in like a whole sitting though, because when I did like a practice run that was segmented, it didn't soft lock. So I wonder how much you have to be playing for it to actually like do it. I don't actually know if I did it. I always forget whether I did stuff with my dog in the morning. It'll be... yeah. Yeah, I think it might just have to be something with like the actual software itself then, because of the fact that you played on PS2 and I'm playing on PS4, and it happened under very similar circumstances. Hey Hydraulics, how's it going? Okay, so that's Leela done. I don't know if it's going to be 8 hours, but I'm certainly hoping for sub 10. No. That's the only mod this game needs, fixed cut positioning. Okay, so a few characters are approaching their last days now. That sounded sinister. Approaching their last days of befriending. They should be the last day for Gwen and Woody, and then they'll both be over the required amount. I didn't really have to give that very to Woody, but sometimes I'm a little off with his counting, so I always like to play it safe with him. What am I doing for... That's 9. What am I doing for money? Okay, so I'd be about halfway through for money if I sold all of them now. Lewis I can just have a quick chat to and he'll be done. This will be Bob's penultimate day. And then I'll visit him on another Thursday. I really need to go out of my way to visit Bob. And then this should be both Martha and Gina's last day as well. I'm a lot better with Weeds this ending than I was in Endangered Weasel. Okay, that should be Martha done. Okay, so now, with the exception of the few days where I can go straight to Parsley, basically all I have to do now is wait for Tim at 9 o'clock, or at 9:30 rather. So now I can resume item foraging. And what I'm actually going to do instead of doing really item foraging is I'm just going to be doing quite a bit of mining. Because even though it's not as guaranteed as foraging for items, it is. So the items you get from it do sell for more, and you can also use them for more, to like befriend people quicker in other endings. So they can also be more useful. I don't actually remember whether moonlight stones are worth +6 on Lewis or not. I remember that limestone is, and blue rocks are. I don't remember the moonlight stone. I don't remember whether I tested that one. I actually need to check how I'm doing with other items. 17. Okay. So I'm tilling the same plot of land because I'm just trying to find items that you can dig up, and you can dig up items in like the same spot. You don't have to dig up different spots. I don't know if it makes a difference I don't know if you're more likely to get items if you'd like in a spot that hasn't been dug up yet, but it's just easier and a little bit faster to just dig in the same spot. I'm actually just gonna sell my cranberries whilst I'm here. Or whilst I'm passing, I suppose. Yeah, that's something. I think I did actually realise yesterday, but couldn't exactly remember what it was. Yeah, so that was the second treasure hunt cutscene, and that's another cutscene that happens at the beginning of the day, but doesn't force good weather and can still happen if it rains. I think it's like really unlikely usually. But yeah, sometimes it just doesn't force good weather, so then sometimes it rains. Since I'm in this area anyway, I can just befriend Bob as usual. I don't... Actually, no, I may as well just visit him tomorrow. Actually, no, I'll visit him today. Because... Oh, never mind. I'm not waiting for it to open. I might have to wait a little while for him to go into the thing. What's it? No, I don't want to sell my blueberries just yet. Oh wait, no, that's what I'm... E was what I was doing in. Do I do this ending early because it takes a long time anyways and you can collect items whilst you do it? Pretty much, yeah. I think, I don't know, I think now it doesn't actually matter what order you do Treasure Hunt 1, because originally, the reason I put Treasure Hunt 1 first is because, the first ending you do, you get a plus 15 bonus from the goddess questions, and that only occurs for the first ending, because you only get the intro cutscene in the first ending you do. So originally it was kind of intended to be like, okay, you get the the 15 affection bonus with like various different people from this ending, and it speeds that one up a little bit. But then I kind of figured, well, because you need quite a lot of items to befriend various people in this ending, it's actually a little bit faster to do I don't think it specifically has to be what's it called, Endangered Weasel, but just an ending that gives you time to forage a bunch of items. If you do an ending that like allows you to forage a bunch of items, it speeds this one up a bit because you already have the items. An actual reason as to why you do it slow is not slow. So why you do this ending first or early is because a big part of this ending is growing crops. So when you actually like grow the crops for the Sacred Land, you can then just like harvest them and take them for yourself to sell. And depending on which pattern you get, that can give you like 2000-ish G or so, which then helps you in the other endings. Or the other endings that require money. What is it today? Friday, okay. Okay, I don't actually remember how much iron ore sells for, so I don't know how good refined these are. I think they're terrible. The 10G though is pretty bad, because 10G isn't, like, basically any other item you dig up is worth more than 10G. Okay, well, I'm actually going to sell some of the items that I've dug up today. Basically, you can sell everything besides the limestone and maybe the moonlight stone as well, in case that's worth a +6 with Lewis. No, there are no mines in this game. These are like digging up items from tilling soil is the only way you get like mining-esque items. I thought I had limestone. As a earlier one, I must have sold it then. Yeah, but I mean, they give you like loads of space to for crops in this game, so there's no real need to have like all of them going up, like all of the crops or all of the space they give you for crops like filled at once. Plus, the spot in the goddess pond you can actually also till for things. That actually sells for 100, so yeah, I'll just go for that. If it is worth a +6 with Lewis, then oh well. Yeah, I imagine that does take all day if you fill like every single plot of land with crops. Okay, Blue Rock. Blue Rock I know sells for quite a bit, but is also I definitely know is worth +6 for Lewis. So I'm gonna try and keep a hold of that one. Yeah, but I'm not actually far off being finished with befriending Tim. What depressing things does Tim say? I don't think Tim says anything depressing, really. Like, a lot of the characters in this game kind of acknowledge the fact that the homeland is, like, potentially going to be turned into a theme park and they're all going to have to leave. But I think Tim is like one of the few characters who doesn't really, presumably because he's a child, so he doesn't really either know about it or understand much about it. Like, most of this ending, like, if you talk to him about, like, or like most of his comments on, like, based on this ending are more about him going on adventures and stuff, rather than him trying to save the town. He wants the theme back, yeah. Okay, I'm probably good for money now. Because I can sell those iron ores. I think iron ore's worth 80, maybe 60. That should definitely be enough, because you only need about 1,200 or so. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the streams. Hey Boberto, how's it going? I'm glad you're enjoying the long streams as well. Good thing Parsley's here, because I just remembered I do actually need to finish. He's the one character I have left besides Tim to finish befriending, but I can finish him here. But he hasn't started moving yet. I'm actually just going to use this. Oh wait, no. No, it's Sunday, so the seed shop's closed. That's fine, I'll go back tomorrow. Okay, I'm hoping it doesn't rain tomorrow, because tomorrow is the last day before... Oh, rare metal's pretty good. Rare metal sells for a lot, so I might keep that just to sell at another point. Wish I kind of got that a little bit earlier though. Oh, what was I saying? Yeah, so I hope it doesn't rain tomorrow, because tomorrow's the last day before the rainy season starts. And so this kind of like affection works out really well when you have your dog going into this ending and you don't have to worry about about getting it, because getting your dog in this ending like takes a while. So getting it in the previous ending really helps, because I already have my dog on 3 hearts. Whereas if I was doing this if I got my dog this ending, like my dog would still probably only be on like 1 or 2 hearts now. It would still be a little bit while away before I could actually unlock the Sacred Land. Whereas Affection basically works out perfectly, because as long as it doesn't rain tomorrow, you know, hopefully I'm not jinxing it here, but if it doesn't rain tomorrow, I can befriend Tim, which will put him over 140, which is the requirement for unlocking the Sacred Land. And then basically I unlock the Sacred Land just before the end of the beginning of the rainy season, but then I wait until the summer rainy season. And I'll explain why I'm going to do that whilst I'm waiting for it. It's not a massive time lapse if it does rain tomorrow, because hopefully all it does mean is I'll just have to feed my dog during the rainy season and then wait until after it to unlock the Sacred Land, because you can't unlock it during the rainy season, I don't think. And it's not a cutscene that forces good weather. But okay, so I should have everybody on the right amount of affection. I shouldn't, hopefully, have to feed my dog today. I'm gonna go for ballsy YOLO strats, because if I give Tim just an item, that will put me on 141, which is just enough. Hopefully this works. Really hoping this works. It worked when I practiced this yesterday and I didn't even know it was gonna... Yes, okay. So I've unlocked the Sacred Land, but I'm not actually going to start digging any of the seeds yet. I'm not going to plant any of the seeds just yet. And the reason for that is, okay, so I did a bit of practice in this ending yesterday, because I wanted to test if swapping around the first 2 endings was faster or made any difference. So I was doing a little bit of routing testing, and because whilst I was doing it, I was like, oh, you can actually get the right amount of affection for everyone just before the rainy season hits, which is perfect, because then you can water all of the crops through the rainy season, and that's amazing. But then when I did that, none of the crops actually fully grew like they usually do when you have all the crops go through the rainy season in the Sacred Land. So what I'm currently doing is I'm waiting until the summer rainy season to plant all the crops for the Sacred Land. So even though it only lasts a day extra, even though the summer rainy season only lasts a day longer than the spring one does, it should fully grow all of my crops, so I don't have to spend any of the days running up there besides the first. I don't actually... Okay, no. That was the one thing I wasn't sure of. I wasn't sure if, because my dog was definitely going to be dead by now. I don't know, I didn't know whether my dog the dog dying cutscene forces good weather, which it doesn't, because it rained then. But I am just going to watch the cutscene now, because I kind of don't want to risk. Okay, definitely wasn't raining, but sure, okay. But after this day, I'm going to make a quick safety save. Because if it rains on the last day before the rainy season, I'm going to then reset, because if you plant seeds in the rain, there's a chance that they wash away. I don't want that happening. So instead of taking that risk, I'm just going to reset the game if it rains on that day. That's reset the game, not reset the run. So not only going to cost me like a little bit of time, but not a lot. Oh, goodbye, dog. Okay, yeah. That's what I didn't want to happen. But this isn't going to be a massive time loss. It's going to be a bit of a time loss, but it would cost more time if I went up there, planted my seeds, and then went through the whole rainy season only to go back and go, oh, one seed died because the rain washed away one of the seeds or something. Okay. So now we're going to plant some crops in some specific patterns. And luckily, since that one run of Treasure Hunt 1, where I think... No, I can't remember whether it was Treasure Hunt 1 or 2, but it was one of the Treasure Hunt runs I did, an 80% run of, and I just like messed up the seeds so atrociously. Ever since then, I haven't been able to forget like what all the different like symbols represent. It's been like infused into my brain now, so I never embarrass myself again. So one of the things with this is there are actually like a few different patterns you can get to grow the crops in. I think in terms of speed, this is probably the second fastest, because I think there are 4 patterns total, and there are two that don't use the whole field. It's a 5x5 grid. So there are 25 different spots. I think there are 2 patterns which don't use all of them, this being one of them. And I think then there are 2 patterns which do use all of them. And then the other pattern that doesn't use all of the squares has a few less than this. So it uses like a few squares less than this one does. But then, in terms of, so that's kind of good for like an any percent run. But in this, it's kind of give and take, because all the crops that I'm going to grow, I will then take away and then sell. So obviously, so in this case, there are 3 spots missing, which are 3 crops that I won't get, but which I won't get to sell. But then it also saves a little bit of time. So. It's a bit weird, but it's nothing you can really like control, so in an all endings run it's definitely not anything worth resetting over. Even in any percent run I don't think it would be something worth resetting over, because ideally this is the only day you go watering them. So for example today, this is the difference between watering and tilling 3 extra spots. Okay, so hopefully I should be able to just sleep through the rainy season. No, it should definitely be raining today. So that's not fantastic. So I think I don't know what the exact chances are of it, but I think the chances of it not raining during the rainy season are like incredibly low, like to the point where it's almost like guaranteed. But it's just like the occasional day like this, where it's like, oh, I guess it's not guaranteed then. Okay, please rain for the rest of the rainy season. Thank you. And also please don't destroy any of my crops. Okay, hopefully this has worked, because if it hasn't, I don't get this game anymore. So usually when you wait, specifically in the Sacred Land, if you leave all your crops and like let them get watered through the whole of the rainy season, it automatically like grows them, which it wouldn't usually do outside of there. But when I used the spring rainy season to water them, it didn't work. So hopefully the fact that it didn't rain on the first day of the rainy season and I had to manually water them doesn't affect anything, and the game just plays ball. Okay, that's a good sign. Thank you, game. So yeah, this run is done. No, this ending is basically done now, because once I have collected these items, I'm just going to go back to my house, sleep for 7 days, watch or skip a couple cutscenes, sleep for 2 more days, skip another couple cutscenes, and then go watch the final cutscene the next day. How many? 21. I feel like that should be enough, but I think I'll pick up a few that are here as well. I think 24 should definitely be enough, because you only need blueberries to befriend deer. You don't need them for anyone else. So after Treasure Hunt 2, they're basically pointless. You can sell them for like a bit of extra money if you need to. But it's like after you do Treasure Hunt 1, you shouldn't really be stuck for money like at any point during the rest of the run. Unless you mess up and need to get, what's it called? Animal medicine at any point. Because animal medicine is quite expensive. Hey, the mothership. How's it going? Have I speedrun Hero of Leaf Valley? No, I haven't. I know that it's kind of like a remake or like reimagining of this game, so I might get to it one day. But it's not on my to-do list as of yet. I don't actually know what day the season ended, so I don't know what day I'm waiting for. Not today. Maybe today? Yeah. Hey Nico, how's it going? Thank you. Okay, so this ending is pretty much done. We're about to watch the final cutscene for this ending, which unfortunately takes a while. Like, this ending cutscene is long, and there's no way to skip them that we know of yet. And that's the best thing about it. It's a really long cutscene that appears twice in a run. But yeah, so I should save half an hour plus on this split. I don't remember exactly how long this split, this like ending is. Like the cutscenes and the credits and all that. Though actually, I should be able to check that real quick. Okay, so for Treasure Hunt 1 it takes roughly 12 minutes or so. I started the cutscene about an hour, like 1 hour 8. But this split should be like 120-ish. I don't think that's the same character as it is in Wonderful Life, though. Okay, I think this cutscene is almost done. There are kind of like little sections of this cutscene, and I think this is like the penultimate one, maybe. Because this is kind of the last like part of this cutscene. So there are two different treasure hunt endings, treasure hunt 1 and 2, and this part changes depending on which one you do. So because in treasure hunt 1 you befriend Tim and the dog, and in treasure hunt 2 you befriend Dia, that part there, who you interact with at the end, changes depending on which one you do. So if you do treasure hunt 1, you apparently don't have a little talk with Tim. I thought you did, but it didn't say anything. And if you do treasure hunt 2, you have a little conversation with Dia. But yeah, so that's treasure hunt 1 down, second ending down. There'll be about 4 minutes left on this split, and then we'll no longer be 4.5 minutes behind. We shall be many minutes ahead. Okay, I'm gonna check. Unfortunately, I think I may lose a bit of time on Bluebird because I don't think I have like as many items, like +6 items to befriend Lewis with as I did in my PB. It's okay, guys. Though my dog's not dead. It's come back to life just for this one cutscene. Nice, 43 minutes ahead. So we're already on pace for sub 10. I just need to keep this pace, and I still have like another half an hour or so that I can save in Azure Swallowtail. I can try and get like a couple of items now. I don't really have much time. I only really have... I don't know if the rare metal is, and I kind of don't want to risk it because I can sell that for a lot of, or quite a bit of money. If I managed to get sub 9 this run, I'd be a little bit surprised, because I wasn't expecting to save a whole hour and a half. Like, depending on how good my chickens are to me, or my chicken is to me this run, I mean, I should get like a roughly like 930-ish. Okay, so if you haven't seen a run of Bluebird before, we do a particular strat called Wednesday and Saturday strats. So because on Wednesdays and Saturdays, or okay, on days that aren't Wednesdays and Saturdays, you have to wait for Lewis to come out of his house at... Ooh, what am I doing? You have to wait for him to come out of his house at 7 to talk to him. And then when he does come out, you only get +4 affection for talking to him. Whereas on Wednesdays and Saturdays, on his days off, you get +5 and you don't have to wait for him. You can just go immediately talk to him. So it's quite a bit faster to interact with him on Wednesdays and Saturdays. So we basically exclusively talk to him on Wednesdays and Saturdays. And on this Saturday, I'm going to wait until 2 o'clock to activate a certain cutscene, or the first cutscene in this ending. Okay, at least I can test Moonlight Stone then. Do I have any more? So that's the only one I have, okay. Okay, Limestone is good. So Limestone and Blue Rock, I know a definite +6s. I don't know about Moonlight Stones, I don't know about Rare Metals, but I'm not going to use my Rare Metal. Okay, this is really good items. These are like really good item luck. Because I've already got, like, just now, like 3 +6 items. And even then, like, getting copper and stuff is actually still pretty good, because I can use them to befriend Kurt later on. Coins are still useless though. Well, not useless, they're just not as good as anything else. And something I actually forgot again you could do is you could possibly, in the Treasure Hunt 1 ending, get the first. You could try and get the first cutscene for Bluebird, and because like waiting around for people in Treasure Hunt, or like just like interacting with everyone that you need to in Treasure Hunt takes like more time than it does just quickly interacting with Lewis. You'd end up waiting for less time, so even though you have to wait until like the same time, it wouldn't cost you as much time, if that makes sense. You could probably save a little bit of time by doing that, but that's something that you actually kind of have to remember to do. I wasn't going to bother picking up medicinal herbs because I don't really need them at this point anymore. But because there's 2, I may as well. And then if I find any and I'm waiting for things, then yeah, I can pick them up. But I don't need to go out of my way to pick up medicinal herbs anymore. What's the next requirement is 60. Which I should get because I have the what's it called? Oh, actually, have I already? Yeah. I always forget to do this. I always forget you can do that in Bluebird you can use the first cutscene of the goddess dress ending to force good weather over the rainy season, so you can get like a couple of extra days of befriending in early. So I think it goes over I think Bluebird usually ends up going over the summer's rainy season anyway, so you can do it then as well. I'll actually just introduce myself to Gina now. And then remember to do that again on Saturday. So then when it does get to so if it does go to summer's rainy season, I just have to talk to her and interact and talk to him gift her once. Okay, so Lewis is now on 60, so I can get the next Saturday cutscene, and it's Saturday, so that works out nice. So I'm going to do a little bit more mining. Still don't know how good moonlight stones are, so I don't know if they're a good item to get on. Actually, I should check if you can use my friend Kurt with them. Okay, according to my notes, you can get +6 with Kurt from them, so that's fine. But even if they're not worth +6 with Lewis, I can use them for later on with Kurt. I don't think the roots are useful in any way whatsoever, besides selling for money. I don't think anybody gets like +6. Just really quickly, how was the stream quality for everyone? Is it buffering at all? Because it's kind of acting up on my dashboard, but I haven't dropped any frames on OBS. Okay, that's fine. It just might just be my dashboard acting up then, because it was coming up with like a little thing as well saying like, if you're noticing video problems, try disabling low latency mode. And the player on my dashboard was kind of messing up a bit, and still is. But if everyone else says it's fine, then that's okay then. A couple more flowers. Might actually just reset my dashboard real quick. Okay, it seems to be playing fine now on my dashboard, so that's fine. Thankfully, it didn't seem to be on anyone else's end. Okay, so I get +5 from this cutscene. Okay, so now we're not going to be doing much waiting for Lewis much waiting for Lewis. Let's try and reconstruct that sentence into one that makes sense. We're not going to be doing much more waiting, or we're not going to be doing any waiting for Lewis for a while. There we go, got there eventually. Because the next Saturday cutscene is at 120. Come on, don't rain. And that's not going to happen for a while. Oh. Come on, game, you could have been nice to me. But now I don't have to worry about rain, which is good, because it's now the dry season. And unlike the rainy season, where you can just get, depending on which ending you're doing, you can get either lucky or unlucky, and it might not rain for a single day. In the dry season, it 100%. I've like genuinely never seen it happen. It shouldn't rain at all whatsoever. 100%, hopefully guaranteed. But as soon as I say something like that, this game likes to mess with me and likes to make me look a fool. So don't be surprised if it rains tomorrow. Okay, that was my last definite +6 item. I do have a few Moonlight Stones, but I don't know if they're worth +6 yet. If these are worth +6, this is very good, because I have like 3 of them, I think. If they're not, I'm just going to go back to giving him berries now. Okay. So that's only a +4 then. There are some days in this game that I just don't... I should never really need to check the day on, but I always do just because... I don't know, I just get paranoid over the days, but like Summer 1st is always a Wednesday, so I should never need to check what day it is on Summer 1st, but I always do. Okay, so not this Saturday, but next Saturday, assuming it doesn't rain on either next Saturday or this upcoming Wednesday, I should be fine to get the next Saturday cutscene. Also, I like how one of Lewis's like text boxes during the dry season is, the only bad thing about the dry season is it doesn't rain, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of the dry season, but it's also like, that's not a bad thing sometimes. Sometimes that's like a really good thing. Stop lying, Lewis. I still have to be a little bit cautious because the next ending is Treasure Hunt 2, and as you can probably tell by the fact that it's Treasure Hunt 2, it's very similar to Treasure Hunt 1, so it requires, plus it rains, it requires a similar amount of items. Oh wait, no, it's Wednesday. Okay, do not carry this rain on until Saturday, please. Oh, screw you, game. Absolute disrespectful. Go on, just give me a random sunny day. Oops, no. Okay, another Wednesday it is then. Okay, so even though I have to wait until 2 o'clock again, this Saturday, I don't know how much I want to focus on mining items because there's not that much affection left I need with Lewis. What? Oh, come on! What are you doing to me, game? Oh, this is another Wednesday. Okay. Fairy berries also don't grow at this point, so this is going to be a bit interesting. I think I may as well just, like... Oh, moondrop flowers don't grow either. Okay, no, yeah, basically may as well still spend, like, the whole day mining. I think blueberries do still grow. I'm not 100% certain on that one. But pink cat flowers definitely do. So there should be low, like, well, the maximum of them, which is, like, 5. Please, game. Please. Thank you. Gosh. See if I can get, like, a lucky item before I go visit Lewis. Not quite. quite. Definitely not quite. Okay. I'll go talk to him and then come back and continue. Because if I do get an item I can use, I can just like run up to him and give it to him really quickly. There we go. Single item. That'll do. Okay. I think I still should be good for very berries, but I'm a little bit cautious. Okay, no, I can't get any more blueberries. That's fine. I don't need any more blueberries. I'm good for them at the moment. Well, I say for the moment. I should be good for them for like the rest of the run, because I really don't think you would need more than 24. Like, I think like it is like about 20 is like how many you need for Treasure Hunt 2. Okay, so the next cutscene, and so luckily there are no more cutscenes in this ending that require a specific day, just an affection requirement. I actually think because of the rain, I may have missed Lewis's birthday, so I think I think I probably will end up losing time on this split just because of stupid weather luck. Please, game, don't do it. Game, you are terrible. Yes, stupid weather luck. Okay. Need to quickly finish befriending Gina then today because just so I can squeeze out like one extra day. Now, even though it should be the rainy season, it won't be because I've got a cutscene that forces good weather queued up. And I was only going to get one day. I was only going to be able to go out one day because I've only got one cutscene lined up. So I chose the Saturday just because out of the Saturday and the Wednesday, it's quicker to visit him on a Saturday. Okay. And then the next Wednesday will be the dry season, so I don't have to worry about weather for the rest of this ending. Okay. It didn't rain on the last day of the rainy season on the Sunday. So I thought maybe I had accidentally gotten Lewis 2 over the requirement and didn't realise it. Okay, so this should be the last day of befriending him. And then tomorrow, he should visit me in the morning, and we'll go and play some nice music by the lake. Good. So we're almost done with this ending as well. This is like the final bit of actual gameplay, I suppose. There we go. Okay, so now I just have to sleep for a week, then come back to the lake, and then that will be Bluebird ending done. I think I probably lost a minute or two from... I think in my PB I managed to get more +6 items going into the run. And I also definitely got better luck with weather in my PB. But it's okay, because now you get to hear a little bit of Winter's theme. How long Treasure 2? Treasure 2 took me about 2 hours last time. Obviously I'm hoping I can bring that down a little bit this run. I don't remember exactly how well it went or exactly how good 2 hours is. But yeah, so at the end of this ending, at the end of this, the credits here and the post-credits cutscene, in terms of endings, we'll be a third of the way through. Not quite sure we'll be a third of the way through in terms of time, but I suppose that's more dependent on how fast the other endings go. Just looking at OBS, I've realised like some of the game is cut off a little bit. Not like a massive amount, but like you can kind of tell in like the last bit of the credits there that some of the lettering was cut off. Okay, I think I should only lose 2 minutes max. This is like one of the medium length post-credit cutscenes. Might be a little bit longer than 2 minutes, because this always goes on for longer than I remember it. Because this happens, and then you think that's the end of it, but then there's a little bit, tiny bit more. You think, ah, that's the end of it. Nope. Post credits, post credits. Let's see. Okay, there we go. 2.5 minutes. That's not a terrible time save, or time loss. Definitely not a time save. Hopefully I can save a little bit. Oh no, I could definitely save time in this split, because I had to wait until... So because my chicken didn't give me the golden egg, I had to wait until the last possible day of the game to finish the ending. Okay, but here we go with Treasure Hunt 2. What's the difference between Treasure Hunt 1 and 2, you may ask? Not a whole lot. The difference is, so there are 2 cutscenes before you unlock the Sacred Land, and then there's the cutscene where you unlock the Sacred Land. The first 2 cutscenes are the same. The requirements for the cutscene where you unlock the Sacred Land change. So Tim, there's no requirement for Tim to unlock the Sacred Land, but you still need to befriend him to get the first 2 cutscenes in the ending. And there's no requirement for your dog, so you don't need a dog in this ending. Instead, you need to get deer to 160 for that cutscene. You don't need it for any of the other ones, but you do need it for that 3rd cutscene where you unlock the Sacred Land. Oh, I forgot to go meet Woody. So for the most part, and definitely on paper, this ending seems to be quite similar to Treasure Hunt 1, but there are a few differences that you do purely because you're doing it in an all endings run. So on various days, I'm actually going to do part-time work for Bob, and the reason I'm going to do that is because I actually want to get the horse at the end of this ending. And in order to get the horse, you need to do part-time work. Another reason you do the part-time work is, so the part-time work is kind of good for a few reasons. One is because it does give you the money, or it gives you a little bit of money, so it kind of helps towards the amount, like all the money that you need for like some of the later endings. It allows you to get the horse, which means you don't have to get it during the horse race ending, you kind of get it beforehand, so it makes the horse race ending go a little bit quicker than it would do in any percent run. And it also helps just kill time. Like, so, and the kind of reason why that's a good thing is because when you talk to deer outside, I went like a long way around for that. When you talk to deer outside, you get +5 affection with her, whereas when you talk to her inside, you get +4. However, the catch to that is you have to wait until 12 o'clock for her to go outside. Okay, I don't know if Gwen started heading back yet, but if she has, that's not a problem. Because that's kind of the good thing about introducing yourself to people, is you don't actually get the talking affection with them. So if they're in a bit of an awkward place, or if they're moving somewhere, that doesn't actually matter. Because you won't get less affection with them, because you won't get the talking affection with them anyway. Okay, good, I did get more flowers. I'm just buying the seeds now, just because I'm already in the seed shop. I don't need to worry about doing that later. And luckily, because of all the crops I sold, I already have the money for them. So similar to Treasure Hunt 1, there are going to be certain people that I'm going to wait for them to be in certain places to interact with them. So Gina, I'm not going to talk to her just yet. I'm going to wait for her to be inside the shop to talk to her to get an extra point of affection. Lewis, I'm only really going to interact with him on Wednesdays and Saturdays, kind of similar to how you do in both Treasure Hunt and Bluebird. Some people don't really matter, so for like Woody's basically the same every day, so I'm only going to go visit Woody when like I'm in that area. You don't really need to go out of your way for him. I could probably get Parsley up a little bit quicker if I do just talk to him like I did just then on some of the days though. Because one of the things with Parsley is various items that are usually good for him don't do as much until you get him to a certain amount of affection. So usually you give him regular herbs, but they're only worth 2 points of affection until you get him to 20 affection, and then they're worth 4. I entered too soon. You know, hadn't quite gone in yet. There we go. Okay, I don't remember which ending it was on. As you know, I say that, it would have definitely only been this ending because you only do part-time work on this ending, but at some point in my PB I did accidentally get him to explain part-time work. Obviously takes a little bit of time, so I know there's a little bit of time saved there from that. I actually want to be a little bit careful with the part-time work because I don't want to do too many days too soon. So in order to get the horse, the way it's actually worked out is is you get the horse once you reach, I can't remember, it's like 20 or 30 affection with Bob, but then also a total affection with the horses, like shared amongst the horses, kind of similar to the Harvest sprites. So the way it works out is if you do 7 days of part-time work where you talk to and brush all of the horses, and then do another day, do one more day where you only talk to and brush one horse, that gets you. That's enough to get you the horse. But you don't actually want to, in this particular case, you don't want to do that 8th day until very near the end of this ending. Okay, just take a moment to reorganize very quickly. Okay, so today's the Thursday, so I can't do part-time work today because the farm closed, or the farm shop is closed, kind of. Like, it's closed, you can't buy from there, but it's a farm, so it doesn't technically close, I suppose. But I can't do part-time work, and I can't, like, buy anything or sell anything to the shop, is what I mean. So usually I'd use that as a kind of excuse as to not being able to visit deer at 12 or not waiting until 12. But I have thought of a potential workaround, which I'm going to try now because I haven't. This is something I've literally just thought of. So hopefully it passes enough time. If it doesn't, then I can just ignore it for future Thursdays. So instead of visiting Dia and Gina now, when both of them would only get +4 from talking, because waiting until 12 to interact with Gina as well would kind of be worth it in a way, because I'd get another +5 instead of +4 that you get while she's outside. Instead of that, I'm going to go befriend some more people that I wouldn't usually befriend on Thursday because they're kind of out of the way and there's no like time period that I have to wait for. So say for example in Treasure Hunt 1, when you only have to befriend, when you don't have to befriend Deer, you just have to befriend Tim. Or not just have to befriend Tim, but Tim's like the main person you have to befriend. And like the person that you have to wait the longest for. On Thursdays he's available straight away, so you just go straight to him. And then go back home. There's no point going to anyone else. Okay, so still only worth +2, but he should be on 20 now. Actually, Gwen's going to be in a bit of an awkward spot as well. Pick up these flowers, but don't really need them. might as well just give her a flower while she's passing. That won't really... Gwen's like probably one of the few characters where that won't really save anything, because she kind of gets it like on an exact number of interactions is kind of what I mean. So somebody like Woody, there'll be like your last day, you only have to do like one interaction with him, whether that's talking to him or gifting. You shouldn't have to do both, whereas Gwen, it usually does work out so that you do both. Okay, Gina's heading inside, which is good. So this did kind of work out, really. And even though Dia's down here, I'm just gonna ignore her for a bit. And wait for her to come outside at 12. Okay, so even though her threshold for blueberries being +6 is 40, so once you get her to 40 affection, blueberries are worth +6 instead of +4, which is why I have a lot of blueberries. I think the first time you give her a blueberry after unless you're way past +40, it still only does like +4 for some reason. Luckily there's a way you can tell, and it's because like if she gives like specific dialogue and has like a little heart above her head when you give her the blueberry. But so next time I talk to her outside, she'll only be on 41, so she won't be there just yet. So if I give her a blueberry like tomorrow, that still probably won't be a +6, but that's not really a problem. You can't really like speed these first few days up with Dia. Like the most you can speed up is by interacting with her outside every single day. What makes a good Harvest Moon to you? That's a good question, actually. Personally, I like it to have a bit of a story. Like, I don't know if I'd say my least favourite ones are, but like, I'm always a little bit more fond of the ones that like where like I have a point, I know what I'm doing, I have like an overarching goal to work towards, instead of the ones where they just kind of plonk you in the game and go play for as long as you feel like. Having good character designs is obviously a nice thing. I wouldn't say like they make or break a Harvest Moon game for me. Like, I don't think I would ever like not get a Harvest Moon game because of like character designs or anything like that, but it can certainly make a Harvest Moon better than one Harvest Moon better than another. Also, I think graphics, like, for the most part, I'm not really like a, you know, graphics are the be-all end-all of gaming kind of gamer, I suppose, but I suppose it's more, not necessarily like graphics in terms of specs, but more specifically like graphic style, you know? Because like you could say like some of the early Harvest Moon games like 64 and Back to Nature, in terms of graphics, you know, Like, they're PS1 and N64 games, they're not great, but the graphic style looks really nice. They certainly don't look terrible, to me at least. Yeah, I think like because it went for kind of a cartoony look, and the characters aren't trying to be like really high detail or like realistic, it comes out looking, you know, quite good, and it like because it's so stylized. Like, and I think it's like things like that that kind of make it look like I enjoyed the modern Harvest Moon games and the Story Seasons games, but like I know the 3DS graphics aren't like the 3DSs aren't like that graphically powerful anyway, but because like they're going for like a certain style on the 3DS, like the in-game models don't look great, which I think is a bit of a shame. I think honestly, I also like playing casually. I kind of like Harvest Moons that allow the game to be as complex as you want them to be. If that kind of makes sense, like if you don't want to put like a bunch of energy into like, you know, getting the ridiculously high level crops or like, you know, doing all the really complex stuff, you don't have to, but you can if you want to, and it doesn't like punish you in a way for like not going for the more complex stuff. Like obviously you're rewarded if you go for the more complex or the more difficult things in the game, but you can still play it like simpler if you want to. Oh, I'm messing up my tracker. There we go. Where's the blueberries? I think I swapped around now. Yeah, I think that's kind of one of the things that conflicts is like usually when there is like a goal, they kind of like there's usually the intended way to approach it, or that it's like limited in methods of approaching it. And when they just kind of allow you to play like when it is just like play until you stop playing, it does allow you to just kind of, you know, go as crazy as you want with the mechanics. But I don't know. I kind of like. I think it depends on what like the mechanics are, to be honest, and how much I like to ignore them. This is gonna be Gina. It's Saturday. I'd be interested in seeing like what the actual split between like in the fan base is between people who like the more story orientated and like goal orientated games in the series, as opposed to the people who prefer just play until exhaust. Oh, I didn't need to give her both. Okay, that's pointless, but oh well. Oh, that was the last pink cat flower as well. Okay. Hopefully I can get some more pink cat flowers by the end of the run for Azure Swallowtail. I only need 10. So hopefully I get a good few opportunities for them. Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing like what the actual split in the fan base is like for that. Because obviously there are also people who like both. There are going to be people who like both the goal-orientated games and the open-ended ones. Okay, that should be enough for Gina now. I don't think I may as well wait for Tim whilst he's here. The one of the things I liked casually, like playing through Animal Parade, is the fact that like it's through the story it kind of like goes through like it covers like all of the different areas of the game, so that kind of by the time you finish the main story you kind of know which parts of the games you like and might want to go into a little bit more of and play. And like which style of the game you kind of prefer. And I think for the most part it kind of does it where it's like it doesn't push it too far, except for like the last two parts of it. So the Purple Bell and getting the hero rank as I think where it kind of falls apart in that idea. Because up until that point it kind of requires you to do like all these different bits, like the Red Bell requires you to do a bit of mining, so you kind of, with a bit of mining, not too much, but like a decent amount, so you kind of understand what the mining gameplay is, so you can kind of decide whether or not you actually enjoy that part of the game. And then the Yellow Bell has you grow crops, and it kind of allows you to get used to that part of the game, which, even though you're probably going to be doing that bit anyway. It's nice to kind of give you like almost like a kind of it's like, oh, start with these crops because these will be for the story, so kind of get used to playing the game. with these crops first, and then you can work your way onto other things. And then, if you're playing it properly, casually, and not speedrunning and just buying some of the items, you know, as many of the items as you can, things like the blue bell requires you to do a bit of fishing, and the green bell I think requires you to get like certain animal products, which in the speedrun you just end up buying. So it all kind of works out and kind of shows you like the different areas of the game, but then the reason why I say it kind of falls apart at the purple belt and hero rank is because purple belt is like all based on friendship, and it's just like a ridiculously high requirement. Or it's not a ridiculously high requirement, but it's like, it's just not done well, because it's like you need 3 hearts with 10 different villagers. And it is just a lot. And then the hero rank is just ridiculous as well, because the hero rank requires you to make like a certain amount of money with like from different methods, but like one specific method, and they're just like ridiculously high amounts of money. And it's, as well, the thing is you're supposed to kind of do it in a month. It's a bit crazy. But I suppose the hero rank is like supposed to be you showing off, like, you know, it's like the final thing. It's like, you know, you're supposed to be showing off everything you've learnt. So I suppose it kind of makes sense for it to be a little bit over the top, but I don't know. I just don't think it worked well. I think it went a little bit too far over the top. If I just talk to Lewis now, this will be him done. Oh wait, I don't actually need to talk to Bob anymore. But what about you, chat? What do you think makes a good Harvest Moon? What do you look for in the Harvest Moon games? Because they did announce one, a Story of Seasons is in development, I think. They definitely announced one's, you know, gonna be happening. I think they announced it's like actually in development. Because I mean, I'm excited for it to be on consoles again. Because I think the console Harvest Moon games were always like quite a bit better than the handheld ones. And not to say the handheld ones were bad, but I just preferred the console ones. But I'm looking forward to it being on consoles again. Oh, I think I messed up. I think I talked to her too soon, so she gave me like... I think she gave me the talking conversation instead of the +5 conversation. Okay, a little bit worried that I'm gonna be split. I might be 3 points behind now, so I gotta be a little bit careful of that. Unique art styles is a good one. Yeah. As I said earlier, that's kind of like why some of the older ones like kind of still hold up. Today is because they looked a little bit different. Yeah, I kind of get what you mean. I feel like once they kind of hit like the 3DS area of Harvest Moon games, they found a style that they liked and were comfortable with, and just kind of kept it at that. Whereas like beforehand, I say beforehand, I think it was more so like before the DS games, they were up for like changing style every other game or so. But then like the DS games kind of all had like I don't know. It kind of varied because Harvest Moon DS kind of had the same style as Friends of Mineral Town, but then Islands of Happiness had a different style to that one, kind of, because they kind of used 3D models for that. And then Sunshine Islands was just like a rebuild of Islands of Happiness, in a way. So that obviously had the same style. I think Grand Bazaar, I haven't played Grand Bazaar, so I can't really comment much on it, but I think Grand Bazaar had like the same sort of style as the Island games. And then Tale of Two Towns, like, they went for kind of more realistic models, I suppose, as opposed to chibi models for the characters. And then they kind of continued that with like all of the 3DS games. Okay, so again, self-driven progression. That's interesting and understandable. I think, yeah, it makes sense for people kind of want to take things at their own pace. It's an interesting thing, because I think depending on the game, some of them handle like progression kind of well. I can understand it not being like done to everyone's liking, but some of the games I think do actually do progression really well, in terms of like locking off certain things until you ship like a certain amount of items, or like until you complete certain tasks or whatever. Hey Naime, how's it going? But I can understand like why not everyone would be like, you know, a massive fan of that that sort of thing. But I suppose like in all it kind of depends on how it's done. So like in games like Friends of Mineral Town, where it's like there are only like a few unlockables, or like not unlockables, but like there are like the few seeds that you unlock when you ship 100 of like all of the different seasoned things. Which I'm going to be honest, I might be completely wrong on that, because I know that's a thing in Back to Nature. I'm assuming that's still in Friends of Mineral Town. It isn't it? Yeah, okay, good. Not making too much of a fool of myself. But yeah, I think that's kind of interesting from a design standpoint, because it's like a really, really it's not like an oddly high requirement and standard to unlock them, but you pretty much do unlock, I think for the most part you unlock the best seeds, I think, from doing it. Or I remember at least in Back to Nature, strawberry seeds are at least really good. And they are the best seeds in spring. So it does actually kind of feel like an actual reward. Yeah, as I said, I think it depends on how the game handles it, because I've been playing a lot of Trio of Towns recently, and I'm actually really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying Trio of Towns. I feel like I'm actually almost near the end of the main story, where it's you've got the 3 farming tips that you have to complete. And for the most part, progression seems kind of natural. I feel like it takes a little bit too long, personally, to get all of the to upgrade the town ranks. Though that being said, I feel like I have been making quicker progression on them recently in the game. I've increased their rank, or I've increased their meter faster than I was at the beginning of the game, which I think is just because you eventually get better things to sell. And you end up doing more festivals that increase your friendship with them. But yeah, but one of the things I'm not a massive fan of is there are just a bunch of things in that game that are locked off for until year 2. And maybe it'll make sense when I get to year 2, and they'll throw some big story-based reason out of their ass as to why you can't unlock certain things until the beginning of year 2. But I think it's a little bit dumb, because a lot of the other things there are a lot of things in that game that are locked off until you get certain towns to certain ranks, or you complete certain things, and that's fine. That's it kind of makes sense in the game. So you can't get all of the ridiculously good stuff right at the beginning. You kind of have to work towards it. But then there are just some things where it's where it's just you just can't make certain things until the 2nd year because the game decides it doesn't want you to. And I think that kind of sucks a little bit. For the day. I want to run around a little bit and get a little bit of extra money. Since we've been kind of speaking about Harvest Moon casually a bit, has anyone played My Time at Portia yet? There's another Harvest Moon-esque game that I think only just got released the other day, unless it came out for PC a while ago, which I don't know if it did. I know it got released on console yesterday or the day before. And because it was a Kickstarted game, it may have been released on PC like a year ago or so. Played a bit of it on PC. Been on PC for a while, like, yeah. I hadn't confirmed it, but like I kind of assumed, because like with pretty much every Kickstarter, with to be honest, just with a lot of indie games, that happens. Like they release on PC and then they release for consoles, which makes sense really. But how is it? Is it any good? Why do I keep pulling out the tool menu instead of this? Because I honestly don't usually pay much attention to that many many of the like Harvest Moon-esque game Kickstarters when like they actually come out. Sometimes I'm like aware of it, but I don't usually pay massive attention to it. But it kind of came up again recently because it was coming out on consoles. Okay, so that's the second treasure hunt cutscene, which means I've got Tim on 80 affection, which is good. I can quickly finish off Parsley here. And then the only person I've got left to befriend is Dia. Everyone else should be done. And I've only got one part-time job left to do at this moment in time. Not Thursday, is it? No. Okay, so since this is the last part-time work, so the next time I do part-time work, I'll end up getting the horse, and I don't want to get the horse just yet, because I'm not going to be done with this ending for quite a few weeks. So I'm only a little bit over halfway befriending Dia. So because this is my last part-time work before I get a horse, I'm not going to be doing any more. So that means I don't really have any, I can wait until 12 to befriend Dia, but basically from this point onward, it's not worth it. Like, it's faster to just go to her at the beginning of each day and just get a +4 than it is to wait until 12 o'clock and get the +5. Okay, so now instead of waiting for 12 every day, I only have to wait until 8. And the reason why you have to wait until 8 is because Diva doesn't open her room until 8 o'clock. So you just have to wait this time. This isn't like to get more affection or anything, this is just the mandatory time that you have to wait. Yeah, I think I'll buy the egg on the way home. Because I need a chicken. And even though I will get, like, have enough money to just... Actually, will I? Oh no, yeah. I didn't think I had that much money for some reason, but I forgot I've been doing part-time work, so it's been building up a little bit. So even though I have the money to buy an actual chicken when the time comes, it's just cheaper to buy an egg, and it really doesn't make a difference. Let's hope this egg behaves. Turns into a nice chicken that gives us a golden egg very quickly. One of the irritating things about waiting until 8 o'clock for deer is you do kind of have to keep an eye on the clock, and you do keep having to check because time doesn't pass inside, so you can't just like wait outside her room and just keep checking like every few seconds, because because time doesn't pass inside, so the time would just stay the same and you wouldn't be doing anything. And there's no like real indication as to when it gets to 8 o'clock outside. You just have to keep checking. Unfortunately, you can waste a few seconds by checking a few more times than necessary, but that's just the way it is, I suppose. Yeah, how many blueberries I've got left? 15, yeah, I've got plenty. Like really, I should only actually need 5 more. Because even if I accidentally talked to her while she was walking that one time, that's only 3 points behind, so I can just talk to her again. I don't need to give her another blueberry. Oh, I do actually need to pick up a few berries. Because I will actually need berries for the next ending. Instead of actually waiting outside the mansion, I can probably make like a quick detour to the woods to pick up some berries there. Okay, so if I manage to do everything right, tomorrow it shouldn't rain. Because it will be... Because even though it will be the rainy season, the cutscene where you are not the sacred land will occur, and I believe that forces good weather. because the cutscene where you unlock the Sacred Land actually changes in Treasure Hunt 1 and 2, because you unlock them through different methods, because you befriend different people. Well, you mainly befriend different people. If it doesn't, that's fine. I'll just visit her one more day, and then I should be fine to unlock it. But as soon as like it stops raining during the rainy season, I'm gonna take that as my cue that it's that I've unlocked, that I'm going to unlock the Sacred Land, and then I'm going to sleep until summer. Probably didn't really need to wait at all then. Okay, so by the looks of it, you only actually need 11 blueberries to do this ending, like, ideally. I think I went into it with 24 this time. Okay. Yeah. It's raining a little bit, which means I think what happened was, there's one day when she was going outside, and when I talked to her, she's mentioned walking. And usually if a character mentions walking, it's because you talk to them during, well, whilst they're walking somewhere. And doing that is only ever worth 2 affection. So I missed out on 3 points of affection. So when I should theoretically be on 160 now, I'm probably only actually on 157. But that's currently not a big deal. It'll become a little bit more of a big deal if I interact with her today and I still don't get the cutscene. Because then I'm behind on someone else that I'm not aware of. But hopefully that shouldn't and doesn't happen. Even though I should only need to talk to her, I'm going to give her the blueberries just in case I'm like miscounted somewhere. Hey Soren Fate, how's it going? Thanks for the good luck. Actually, let me test something. I have a feeling this cutscene might not force good weather. Okay, I am just behind on someone. The only person I can think of is Parsley. Oh, he's in the shop on Mondays. Leela I'm definitely fine on. Gwen I should be fine on as well. Everything checked out with Gwen. Like, I've done the same amount with Gwen as I usually do. Woody I went over, so I shouldn't be bad with him. I don't think I've misclicked Martha at all, so Martha should be fine, but I did do that in my PB for this. Parsley is the only one I can think of, because I tried a few different wacky strats with Parsley this time. The only other person I can think of is Gina. Okay, so this is costing me a little bit of time because I have no idea who I'm behind on with affection. Okay. It must have been Gina then. I must have miscounted at some point. Okay. Not going to do this yet. I'm going to come back in summer and do that. Okay, so now I'm going to sleep until summer again, just so I can use the summer rainy season to basically insta-grow these crops. Okay, I'm gonna make a safety save here, just in case it rains on the day before the rainy season. Hoping it doesn't. Don't rain. Of course it rains. I think we're 2 for 2 on that, happening first time. Nope. So the reason why I don't want it to rain on that day is because if you plant seeds on a rainy day, there's a chance that the seeds just get washed away. So it's faster to just reset on a rainy day than it is to like take the chance and have to plant all your seeds again and then go through the rainy season again. Yeah, it's just not worth doing it like that. There we go. Okay. So ideally, if I hadn't messed up counting affection, what I would have done is I would have tried to get the unlocking the Sacred Land cutscene today, so that it forces good weather, and then it would also like put me straight at the Sacred Land. I wouldn't have to like do this little bit here where I'm running up to it. I'd already be there. Oh, cool, power berry. Okay, now hopefully, unlike Treasure Hunt 1, I don't get that very unlikely rare chance of it just not raining during one of the days in the rainy season. Didn't mind it so much when there are a few less spaces to water. Mind it a little bit now though. If I hadn't like miswatered one square, this would almost be perfect, because eating an item allows you to basically do like 3 more actions. I think eating like a forageable does. So I should have only had to have eaten one item there. I had to eat a second, because that one square that I hadn't watered yet, that one extra square. Good. I mean, I also kind of have to hope that none of my crops get destroyed, otherwise I'll still have to do it all again. Oh, and it's been very heavy rain all through that rainy season, so a little bit worrying, but hopefully that's a good thing. Hey, wow, it's Charles. So the rain look there is actually not necessarily manipulated, but like it's predicted, because in this game there are like different weather seasons, I suppose, during each season. So there's like a dry season, a mild season, and a rainy season. And during the dry season it never rains. During the mild season it's like rough chances of each. And during the rainy season it almost always rains. There's like a very low chance that it doesn't on one of the days. So I waited to plant my crops then, so that I wouldn't have to water any of them. It's actually kind of interesting as well, because usually all of these crops take longer than the actual rainy season lasts. But for some reason, if you do just water them, like leave them to water in the rainy season, it just automatically grows all of them. I don't know, I think that's one of the good things about this game. Not necessarily that it ends, but like the replayability behind it. Maybe if it lasted a little bit longer, yeah, I could understand that. But I don't know, because I always like the Harvest Moon games that have like a story ending. Though I also do like the ones where it's like where there's a story and then you can play like afterwards as well. But I admire them for trying something different, especially like so early in the series, because this was only like the 4th or 5th console entry. Like I think on titles, I'm sure this is like Harvest Moon 3 or something like that. Like Harvest Moon 3 or Harvest Moon 4 or something. Yeah, this game really is just about like kind of doing the same things over and over again. Which make it like, casual players is a bit weird, but speedrunner's dream. Okay, so now I'm gonna wait a week. Monday. Nope. Oh yeah. I got confused then, because it's fall. I was thinking, hang on, the beginning of summer is dry. But it's not the beginning of summer, it's the beginning of fall. Okay, so now we're getting to quite a bit of a time save. Hopefully. Crossing my fingers. Because in a bit, I'm going to be trying to go for... I'm going to be getting... or attempting to get some golden items. It's Wednesday, that's fine. Japanese title is Bokujo Monogatari 3. Yeah, so it's not like the third game in the series because there's like the whole GB games, but I'm assuming they go under like a different title then. But I'm sure it's like, this is, obviously SNES is like the first one. I think 64 is 2, so then this is like the third one. Is it the third console release? Because Back to Nature was a PS1 release. So that would have released before this as well. Maybe that went in a different that probably went under like a different name then in Japan. That wasn't like, or like not a numbered name or something. I don't know. Okay, so I've bought my cow. I'm gonna do the final part-time work. Oh no! I did it again! I did this in my PB. I got him to explain the part-time work. I wasn't paying attention. Wow, did they really release Back to Nature after Save the Homeland? That surprises me. Right, so I only actually need to kind of look after a few horses. I should only need to talk to and brush one horse. But I'm gonna do 2 just to be on the very safe side because I really do want to get my horse. Oh, okay, so Save the Homeland is 4th and then Back to Nature is 3rd. That's still a bit weird then that this one is called 3. So I'm assuming, what's it called? I'm assuming Back to Nature just doesn't have like, it just isn't numbered in Japan then. Okay, so I'm about to explain, I'll explain what I'm kind of about to do, because I'm going to be going, I'm trying to get some stuff with animals in a bit. So I basically set it up so that I'm about to get so I can get the final cutscene. Oh no, it's Wednesday, so the fucking tool shop's closed, because of course. Ah, I'm an idiot. Okay, whatever. That's stupid of me, but oh well. Okay. So what I'm about to do is, so I've set it up so that the next time I go to the forest area, the carpenter's area, it will activate the final cutscene for this ending. And I suppose basically to ensure that you get the ending, from this point on it will never rain. So this final cutscene forces rain, or forces clear weather, regardless of the day. So, and in sunny weather, you don't actually have to bother feeding your animals. You can just leave them outside, and eventually, like if you leave them, even though it would take fewer days if you were to like brush them and talk to them as well as like leaving them outside and feeding them. It's faster in real time to just let them to just sleep a bunch of days until all of your animals until all of your animals kind of are able to produce golden items. However, I do now need to kill a little bit of time because, like the fool that I am, I waited for the tool shop to open on the day it was closed. And I can't do anything that goes past the forest, otherwise I would activate the final cutscene. That's a possibility, I suppose, but because it's like a reimagining kind of 64, they didn't like name it as a sequel. Because I think that's one of the things, it was supposed to be like, originally, it was just supposed to be like a PS1 remake or port of 64, but then like, I'm sure I was reading about this like the other day, but like then like, Wada was away for like a while. I can't remember whether he was just like a whaler or he was ill or something, like during the development of Back to Nature. And then when he got back, they had like entirely changed the game. Okay, yeah. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sleep a bunch. I don't know exactly how long. It's like 7 to 4. I think I'll sleep until winter, and then in winter I'll check what all my animals are on. Because I don't really have like a specific number of days in mind. I'm just basically waiting until the game tells me that they will be able to produce golden items. And then the quicker they produce golden items, the better. So in my PB, my cow played ball. My cow produced golden milk very quickly. I don't think it was on like the first day that I milked it, but you know, it didn't take ages, so it wasn't terrible. My chicken, however, did not play along. My chicken took too much time. To produce the golden egg, because it took until basically the last possible day of this ending. It took the entirety of the horse race ending. And I think it did. I'm sure it took a while into Fishy Story, which I actually in my PB I did Fishy Story and Cake Contest the other way around. then I've got them. Because I was worried that the chicken wasn't going to lay the golden egg in time for cake contest, so I swapped them around. Hopefully I don't have to do that with this one, because all the animals will play ball and be nice to me. And that's the thing, right? If you get very lucky, you can keep your animals and they will produce more than one golden item, and you can use the different golden items to befriend people for +6 affection. But you just, like, you need the one golden egg and one golden milk anyway just to complete cake contest. And then any more you get after that is just a decent bonus. But I think in my PB, I don't think I managed to get any extra ones. What day is that? It's 15, okay. So I have until the 29th before they start cutting into the next ending. And that's because, so the year ends on, obviously, winter 30, and if you're familiar with this game, you know that it ends after a year. But what happens is, on winter 30, it plays the ending cut, like the bad ending cutscene. So I don't actually have until winter 30, I have until winter 29. Winter 29 is my last day. Winter 29, I will check my animal, like, or if it goes to winter 29, I will check my animals, and then if by that point I haven't got both items, I will then just go and finish the ending anyway, because if I didn't and slept to the next day, I would get the bad ending and I would have to do this one again. Okay, I wouldn't have to do this one again because I have a save during this file, so I'd have to go from the just before I grew the crops again, but that's still not an ideal time loss. Okay, chicken has played nicely this time. Good. So as soon as I get the golden milk from the cow, I can finish this ending. Get up, cow. See, they're working together this time. It's very nice of them. So I'll actually keep them for a bit during horse race, and then any extra items, any extra golden items I get during horse race is just a nice bonus. Yeah, the thing, like, because with golden eggs, it doesn't take that long, I don't think, to actually get it to the point where the game says, oh, your chicken can produce golden eggs. But it does take a while, like, but, like, it's still not that high of a chance to get given golden eggs. So it's still quite luck-based. So again, we get to watch this wonderfully long ending cutscene with with no way of skipping it. But we'll save a good few minutes. I think somewhere between 5 and 10, I think. And then because I shouldn't also have to focus on my animals during horse race and fishy story, I'll save time during those, potentially anyway. So what I'm going to do with horse race is I'm going to keep, because I have to wait until, so in horse race you have to befriend Bob. So what I'm going to be doing, and to befriend Bob, like outside of Thursdays, you have to wait until 8 o'clock for the farm shop to open. So what I'm going to be doing is, in that time before it opens, I'm going to be checking my chicken and my cow just in case they produce any more golden items. And then if they do, that's a bonus. And if they don't, then it's eggs. Regular eggs are pointless, they won't really do anything. But regular milk is still kind of good because regular milk is a +5, I believe, with Gina once you get past 30 affection. But what I'm gonna do is basically I'm gonna keep my chicken and my cow until the first rainy day, and then I'm gonna sell them. Because as soon as the first rainy day hits, there's like no way for me to, or like that's when it starts taking time to look after them. So instead of putting them into the barn and the coop and feeding them and doing all of that, you just sell them. I just noticed another typo. Because this game is just non-stop with typos. Very, it happened very quickly, but so Leela was saying, I think we're just too spoiled nowadays, or that's what she attempts to say, but they put the L and the I the wrong way around, so she says spolied. This game has some of the best. It's not even translation errors. It's just typos. It's the best typos in the series. It's hilarious, honestly. I wonder if that's in both treasure hunt endings, because that's the first time I've noticed it. Maybe that's just because I don't pay enough attention to the text in this end. Like this cutscene could be riddled with typos, and I just wouldn't notice because I don't pay attention to this cutscene because of how long it is. But I wonder if it's in both of them. if it isn't, that would actually... I think that would be funnier if it isn't in both of them, if it's just in Treasure Hunt 2. Because you'd assume it was a copy and paste job up until, like, the final part of the cutscene where it changes depending on which ending you get. Either that, or they would have like somebody noticed it and fixed it in one of them, but not the other. This is the thing that differentiates the endings in Treasure Hunt 1 and Treasure Hunt 2 is this. You have a little chat with Dia at the end of this one because you talk to Dia during this ending. Whereas in Treasure Hunt 1, you befriended Tim, so I don't even think you talk to him, you just kind of chill with him for a bit. And then obviously the post-credits cutscene is different for both of them. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back. At some point during one of the credits, I kind of want to fix the cropping of the game because it's a little bit off, and like a little bit of the corners are kind of like the edges are kind of cut off. So I kind of want to fix that at some point, but I don't think I have enough time during this credits. I don't think there's long enough left. And then during the next one, because the post credits for the horse race cutscene doesn't have any text boxes, I want to use that as an opportunity to get some food. Because then I have a little bit more time to get back and eat. So it might be a couple endings to that fix, but I don't think it's affected anything too much. But if I think it wasn't for that screen there, where the text gets a little bit cut off, probably isn't that noticeable. Invalid can't see the whole game screen, yeah. Luckily, I don't think that would happen. I don't think any of the Harvest Moon series mods are that cruel. much time am I looking to save? Yeah, about 5-6 minutes. 5 minutes-ish. Almost 6 minutes. Just off 6 minutes. So close. Nice. Very nice chicken. See, the chicken's making up for its misbehaviour last time. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, basically every golden item I get is like a free +6 perfection instead of the +4 you'd usually get with items. Yes, you won't see me picking up any of the regular eggs just because people do actually like the eggs, but I mean I've already got items that people like, and I'm pretty much good for money for the rest of the run now. So I don't need to worry about like picking up eggs to sell them or to give them to anybody. So if it's not golden, they will just get ignored. Really hoping it wasn't going to rain tomorrow, because Thursdays are the one day where if it rains, it kind of messes up, because usually so the first day it rains, I'm just going to sell my animals, because there's no point keeping hold of them there's no point trying to care for them, and eventually you do kind of need to sell them anyway, just because it gives you a lot of money and you don't need to keep them. But if it rains on Thursday, because the farm shop is shut on Thursdays, you actually can't sell them. And I don't actually know if you can sell them whilst they're sick, so it gets a little bit tricky then. So I think, funnily enough, it only actually kind of gets tricky for your chicken, because your cow you can easily get foddered by cutting grass, so you can just easily feed your cow. Your chicken though, you won't. The only way you can get chicken feed is by buying it, which obviously you can't do because the farm shop is closed. But I think if you just leave your chicken in the coop and don't feed it, it doesn't get sick. It just gets angry. I think you have to not feed it for like a few days. Before it gets sick. So that was the first horse race cutscene, which usually happens when you get your horse to, I believe it's 1 heart. It might be 2. No, it's 1 heart, because this is when you can start. This is when you're now, when you get it to 1 heart, you're then able to ride your horse. And then Bob comes over and says, "Wow, you're able to ride your horse now." And you go, "Yep." And then this all happens once you get 20 affection with him. Or is it 20? No, I think it's 30. Yeah, it's 30. It's 30 and you have a horse. So then tomorrow he's going to come around and go, "Wow, your horse is now running, not just walking." And you're going to go, "Yep." Because even though I've been riding my horse up to Bob's every single day, he's only just going to now be like, "Whoa, you can ride your horse? Nice one." Friday, Saturday. Friday, okay. Got something I need to remember to do is befriend Gina in order to skip the rainy season again. So here's Bob to come say, "Wow, your horse runs." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." One thing you actually kind of miss out on in this run is you actually get 5 affection with Bob when he gives you the horse. So I actually got that in the Treasure Hunt 2 ending, because that's when I got my horse. But that doesn't really make a massive difference. Obviously it didn't affect the Treasure Hunt 2 ending at all, because I'd basically already finished it, but when I got my horse. But it doesn't, it doesn't affect this ending that much. Okay, none of my animals seem to want to give me seconds or thirds for golden items, but that's fine. Okay, thanks, lost my ad count. I appreciate you lurking as well. I need to figure out like a kind of time when to like when like a good visual cue for the horse with him, because I actually have like a, so in regular any percent runs where you don't have the horse, I actually have like a visual cue that I use so I know when to, so I don't have to like keep checking the clock. Yeah, so I don't have to keep checking the clock to like see what time it is or anything like that. I just know, and it's usually most of the time right. Sometimes it's a bit wonky, but because the horse is a little bit faster, the visual cue is a little bit wonky for that as well. It's a little bit different. First rain day, Monday. But you won't produce an egg anyway today. Yeah, I mean that's fair. Like, I don't mind people lurking in my streams because I'm like I'm like a professional lurker in like other people's streams. I rarely ever chat. So I completely get like people who lurk, and I don't mind people doing it in my stream as well. Yeah, I think the difficulty with this run is like learning the game itself, because there's a lot of like intricacies to it and like a lot of finer details that are just kind of like really hidden until like you know the game, or like you've looked into it, or like, yeah. Like, I think the kind of comparison that you can make is when so I ran this game like 2 years ago, and for the most part I pretty much beat all of my times since then. And like, I mean, I'm running on like a faster console now anyway, but I also like know so much more about the game because people have like looked into like cheat engines and stuff, and like have looked at values in the game, so they know like how much affection like various things are worth. And we just know like so much more about the game than we did 2 years ago. But like a lot of this run is just like note keeping and like keeping track of the affection for everyone. And like knowing how much affection is worth, like, you know, knowing how much like all these different items are worth, and like being able to check all the different cutscenes and stuff like that. It's just a lot of like multi-management. Oh fuck, I forgot to put my horse inside. I'm sure I did this in my PB as well. I think I did this a couple times in my PB. How am I doing on very berries? It's okay. I take this moment to pick up a few. It's also just obviously a very time-consuming run. Like, I want to keep running this in like throughout May as well, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult to find the time, or like to run all endings at least, because it really does just come down to like, oh, and now I've got to kind of, you know, spend like a whole day, you know, like 10 or so hours streaming. But I don't mind it because it's fun and it's enjoyable and I enjoy doing it, and other people seem to enjoy watching it, so that obviously always helps. Give a quick hi to Gina. What am I doing for? I'm doing very well for flowers. Just okay. Flowers are a decent, like an okay-ish item. Because for Goddess Dress, which mostly befriends Gina, I'll have like a bunch of other items that'll be like worth +5s and +6s. For cake contest, it's not Thursday, is it? No, it's not. For cake contest, which you can use flowers to befriend Katie, her text box is longer with flowers than it is like fairy berries or whatever. And then regular moondrop flowers are kind of a last resort for Azure Swallowtail, or for befriending Leela in Azure Swallowtail. Today is Thursday. So I can just go straight over to the farm. Funny enough, something I actually discovered last run and kind of actually took advantage of is you can buy +6 items at the store for Katie, because you can buy cheese. It's quite expensive, and I'm thinking like I don't know exactly how much you would be able to buy during a regular run, but it's kind of interesting thing to take note of. Okay, your horse seat, if you leave it there. If you mean leave it outside of the farm, I don't know what happens if you leave it out of your farm. I'm assuming it just kind of finds its way back to you. But if you leave it outside on a regular sunny day, it just kind of like eats the grass in like your pasture. And then I don't think it gets sick if you leave it inside. I mean, outside your house. Yeah, I'm not sure what happens if you leave it outside of like your farm area. I haven't checked. But I think really for this one you wouldn't really want to do that anyway. Oh, hey Decker. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? That's good to hear. Run's going pretty well. I made some time saves in some different areas. So so one of my big time saves was because I switched the first two endings around, and I just saved a bit of time on treasure hunt because my chicken decided to give me the golden egg quicker than it did in my PB. So I should be saving a bit of time in this one as well, in this ending as well, hopefully. I only have 2 days left of befriending Bob, and then it's time for the horse races. I think the horse race cutscene also forces clear weather, so I might actually be able to use that to skip the rainy season instead of the Goddess Dress cutscene. I've also had pretty good luck with the... not to jinx it, but I've had pretty good luck with the weather so far. I think I've only had one rainy day during this ending. And this is when in the run rainy days kind of start to take up a bit more time than you'd like, because every time it rains now I have to put my horse inside and feed it. Whereas before this point, if it just rains, then it only affects the run like the same way it would in any percent run. Hey, I'm going to apologise in advance for definitely butchering your name. Hey, Ricky Bestis Herapon. Yeah, I'm quite the Harvest Moon fan, and I've been speedrunning it for about 4 years now. Or speedrunning the series. In fact, I think it was the 14th, so it was 3 days ago, and 4 years. I uploaded, or I highlighted at least, my first Harvest Moon speedrun, which was Harvest Moon Wonderful Life. I don't remember the time, but it was a Celia run. It was like a 40-something, 41 maybe. Oh, okay, I pronounced it right, that's good. I always feel like I'm really bad with some names. So what's with the Pokemon Dash runs? So the reason why I ran Pokemon Dash for a while is because I got myself a 3DS capture card in order to speedrun and stream various 3DS Harvest Moon games. But I kind of wanted to give myself like extra reason to like go like, okay, I'm like, because there was a lot of money, so I was like, okay, I don't want to put this to waste, I actually do want to use it. So I was like, okay, I'm going to get myself into a handheld speed game. And I don't even know why I chose Pokemon Dash, because I hadn't played it prior, I didn't own it before, but I just kind of saw Pokemon Dash and thought that looked like a fun game. Played it a little bit casually, enjoyed it even playing on like, this shouldn't be raining. Good. Enjoyed it like even playing it on like a really bad, like, well, not bad emulator, but it's difficult to play on an emulator. Got a copy and then ran it from then. I don't run it that much anymore because the way I hold the DS when I play is like really bad for my neck. Because I basically hold it like right below me, so I'm constantly looking down. So it's not bad when I run it for like, when I just do like a single half-an-hour run or whatever. But after like streaming it for like 3 hours, it really starts to hurt. I've always been a little bit interested in going back to it, but I don't know. Yeah, 3DS capture cards are quite expensive. Mine cost me about 300 quid. They're also pretty much like impossible to get a hold of nowadays, because the person who made them like stopped making them. I think they ran out of specific parts or something. It's kind of custom. It's like, so I shipped my 3DS off somewhere, and they attached like a thing to it. So it's still like a regular 3DS, like it's still the 3DS that I got at launch, but they just like attached a, like they attached special hardware to it. What's their best Harvest Moon? I haven't really played any. Difficult question. My favourite casual Harvest Moon games are like Animal Parade and Tree of Tranquility. My favourite ones to speedrun are Magical Melody, Wonderful Life, and this one, Save the Homeland. Oh wait, no, I just skipped this cutscene. What am I doing? Though I also think things like, I haven't played them much casually, but 64 and like Back to Nature are good games as well. I think pretty much all of the console ones are good. The handheld ones can be a little bit hit and miss. Yeah, English copies of Harvest Moon 64 are really expensive. Funnily enough, Japanese copies, which we use for speedrunning, aren't. So that's fine, but no, English copies are quite expensive and rare. The only other way you can get an English copy is it is on the Wii U eShop, but obviously that requires having a Wii U, so that's a bit of a dodgy area as well, really. $23 for a US copy is like really good. I don't like roughly know exactly how much it's worth, but I'm sure I usually hear it for much more than that. Okay, so I think one good thing I only have to. Pretty sure it's just tomorrow. Yes, good. Okay, so this ending is now complete. You can tell it's the final cutscene because I can't skip it. So yeah, we are about halfway through. There's only 4 endings left out of 9. This went really well. Like, the only way this particular ending can go better is if I got given more golden items from my animals, but still, it went pretty well, this one did. Okay, okay, because this is like a 10 or so hour run, I'm gonna be right back real quick and get some food. So yeah, so don't go anywhere because I'll still be reading chat and stuff in a sec. I'm just gonna be eating. But anyway. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so pretty much as Grote said, because of the way they calculate the percentage in the game, they don't have enough recipes for it to count as 100%, so it goes up to 98% instead. Which they actually fixed in the girl version of the game. They added a few more recipes. They may have even changed how many recipes it takes to get a percentage. I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm pretty sure they added a couple more recipes. But I think they changed it. I want to say they changed it so instead of every 8, it's every 6. But don't quote me on that because I don't remember for certain if that's correct. But I'm sure they added like a few recipes. And it's a long speedrun just because there's a lot of stuff you need to do, and I'm sure like I think my PB was like the first one of that. It was one of the first runs I completed on it. It was either like the first or second run I completed of 98%. So there were a lot of like time saves and stuff. That wasn't on purpose, but I suppose I'm glad it worked out that way. To move on to longer and longer speedruns until you become the first person to speedrun Digimon World 300%. I don't know, I think 98% is pretty much my limit. Yeah, Grote did a 30-hour run of Wonderful Life all trophies, which is insane. Like a 30-hour run is crazy. It's made it 500 hours, Jesus. What's that, it's like, I'm gonna get the name wrong here. It's like baiting Kaitos or something like that. That where like there's an item in the game that takes literally 2 weeks to get. Yeah, that game is just ridiculous. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, I'm pretty sure 100% would just be like getting all the different cards, which is just like, which would just be like grinding. How am I doing for Very Berries? Oh, not great, okay. Which would just be like grinding this, like a bunch of fights over and over again. Wow. What would Save the Homeland all trophies look like? Honestly, I've kind of looked at the trophies for this. It's not that ridiculous. I don't think there's anything as ridiculous as some of the stuff for Wonderful Life is. Because there's basically a trophy for every single ending. Except, what's it called? Except the second treasure hunt. Kind of. So there's only one trophy both of the treasure, like between both of the treasure hunts. Oh, nice, power berry. That's actually kind of interesting that something like that happened. How did I get into speedrunning? I don't remember exactly how I like found it, but I think one of the first speedruns I watched was, I'm gonna say SGDQ 2013. It was the Diddy Kong Racing run by Tofu. Like that was, I remember, I think that was like the first video on speedrunning I watched, like the first speedrun. I thought that was pretty cool, because Diddy Kong Racing is like a pretty cool speed game, honestly. So then I just kind of looked at a few other like SGDQ videos. Tried my hand at running like a couple of games. And then, eventually, in 2015, I got into speedrunning Harvest Moon games. You like blue, don't you? Good. Yeah, I did see on the Discord that you got 2 world records in the same stream. Congrats on that, by the way. How hard is 5 power berries? I don't think they're that difficult. Like, I've accidentally got 2 of them in this, like, just in this run now. Depending on how lucky you get, you can get the 3rd one. You can get the fishing one not too difficultly. And what else is there? The goddess one is just trial and error. And what else is there's another one. Mining, fishing, pasture, goddess. I don't think what the other one is. Yeah, the Super Monkey Ball games are like really good speedruns, and really like, especially when you're watching like a really good runner. I think the other 2 power berries are, there's supposed to be 2 in, like, that you get from mining. There's 1 on your field and 1 in the sacred land, and apparently there's 1 like if you do something with your dog, like for doing like a certain trick or something. I don't know how hard those ones are to get. I don't know exactly on like specifically Chibi Robo, but some games do allow you to run on emulator. I think it's a case of, you know, most people would, or like, it's kind of preferred to run on console, but like each game and each like community has like a different look on it, really. Yeah, that's kind of understandable then. Because lag really does suck and like can really throw you off from running a game. And DS game is like they're very dependent because so we allow emulators for Harvest Moon DS, and they don't really make the game like that much more difficult or worse because the game doesn't massively use the touchscreen. But like playing Pokemon Dash with the touchscreen was ridiculously difficult on an emulator. Completing the time attack horse race in under 55 seconds is easy. Like, you can get that during the horse race ending. Well, okay. If you have to beat that in order to beat Gwen. Like, if you can't beat it under 55 seconds, then you can't beat Gwen, because you have to beat her in, like, I'm pretty sure she takes, like, 52 or something. Yeah, exactly. It's gross. So, like, it's kind of common practice with a lot of people in this community to like run on emulator until they get good enough to kind of justify running it on console. Well, the Nintendo 64 has it's Monday today. Nintendo 64 has some good speed games, honestly. Like, especially like for kind of beginners, if like, because that's the thing, not everybody has to have like a niche speed game to run. Like, it's perfectly fine to just, you know, do casual runs of like Mario 64 or something. But like, so in terms of like that, the Nintendo 64 has like a bunch of good stuff like that. But yeah, it's understandable to want a niche game as well. Like, I think that is kind of what like I enjoyed speedrunning, like the few games that I did before Harvest Moon. But it wasn't until Harvest Moon like I really started like to enjoy speedrunning like to another level. I mean. Yeah, I've got a Harvest Moon 64 card that's like a Japanese card that's just sitting on my shelf, just waiting for the day that I pick it up again. I always find a different game to learn instead or play. I would like to actually like properly learn 64 at some point, but I think it's because like instead of that I've played a lot of Back to Nature. So it always feels weird trying to get into 64. Yeah, I don't think I have a single like Nintendo 64 box anymore, which kind of sucks because it'd be nice to like kind of look at and like see what it was like, but Hey Emily Miku. I'm doing well, thanks. How are you doing? That's good to hear. Oh, cool. Well, I hope you enjoy that. Oh, it's on rainy season yet. No. Yeah, my day's been well so far. I haven't really done much besides just kind of oh, wait for an appropriate time to stream, and then started streaming. Yeah, the music in this game is really good. That's good to hear. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't have to worry about like modding my 64 or like cartridges or anything, because because I live in England, and both the Japanese and the Nintendo 64 the PAL cartridges, they have like the same like back of the cartridge type, so you can't do the thing where like you just swap the backs that you can do with Japanese and American ones. So I just had to buy a Japanese console. It was a little bit more expensive, but oh, just a lot easier. Yeah, that's nice. Wonderful Life is a good game. I agree with Grote that the GameCube version I feel is just like a lot better than the PS2 like the special edition. But I think it runs a bit better on PS4 than it does on PS2. I haven't got it on PS4 yet, but I'm sure I've heard it runs a little bit better than the PS2 version does. But I mean, if you're getting another Wonderful Life as well, then you'll pretty much experience it very similarly anyway. Here's Monday, yeah, I think it might be Sunday, yeah. Okay. 16 I need to be at. I'm gonna kind of finish befriending Gina here. So this will allow me to skip the rainy season. This will allow me to throw a bunch of flowers away. Okay, so because I'm using the first Goddess Dress cutscene to basically skip rainy days, I don't have to worry about the rainy season, so I don't have to worry about feeding my horse, which is very nice. And then even though today isn't the last day of the rainy season, I went out today because I've been befriending Katie, I've also got the second cutscene of the Goddess Dress ending lined up. So tomorrow is going to be another sunny day as well. That's good to hear. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Okay, so I'm almost done befriending Casey. I've only got a few days left. I don't know exactly how many off the top of my head. I think it's 2 after this. Oh, actually, Katie's 2 from... costing myself time because I'm thinking. Right, okay, so okay. I'm gonna go with crazy straps again. So I did this last PV, it's always a bit weird. If I was able to just give Katie 1 plus 6 item, then I can cut down a day basically. So what I'm going to be doing is, so I do actually have plus 6 items, but I need them for the next part of the ending. In fact, no, let's not do this today. Because then this will be my last day. Okay. I'm remembering how to do wacky strats. Bear with me. Okay, right, okay, so I'm finding it, so despite the fact I'm basically almost done with Affection for Katie, I haven't watched a single cutscene relevant to the cake contest yet, but that's going to change today. I'm going to get as many cutscenes as I can in one day. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to wait for 8 o'clock for this shop to open. It's Tuesday, yes. I'm going to buy some cheese. And the reason I'm going to buy cheese is because cheese is a +6 with Katie, and you can buy it. The reason why I specifically want a +6 is because if I talk to her, that's a +4. If I give her a +6, that's then 10 altogether, which then puts me on 116 affection. Now I need her on 120 affection, but when I enter the cafe at 12, I'll watch a cutscene which will be worth +2 affection. I will then go all the way back to my house and pick up a recipe, and then go back to the cafe and watch another cutscene which will be worth +2 again, so that will put me on 120. I will then go all the way to the villa and watch the cutscene that requires 120 affection with Katie to watch. And then, what am I going to do after that? And then I'm going to go all the way back to the cafe, watch another cutscene, and then I'm going to wait until 9 o'clock at the Goddess Pond to watch yet another cutscene. So then all I have to do is then the next day, the first day of summer, I then have to wait until, give Katie the golden egg and the golden milk, wait until 12 o'clock for the cafe to open again, watch a couple more cutscenes, and then this ending will be done. Just this one, but this is efficiency. It just works. So the reason why I'm specifically doing it today is because today is the 30th, and the cutscene that requires you to be in the Goddess Pond at 9 o'clock. So the lore reason is because that cutscene is where you get the Moondrop Dew, which is one of the ingredients for the cake that you're helping Katie to bake. Parsley, could you not just push my horse out of the way of the door? And you need to do that on the night of a full moon, which is any 29th, 30th, 14th or 15th of any month. So I couldn't have done it yesterday, even though yesterday was like the first day I could have done it, because you can get them on the 29th. Because the cafe was closed. Can't do it then, cafe's closed. So you can't get I wouldn't be able to get all of the cutscenes in one day. So I can do it today though. I think potentially in a New Game Plus run, in like a proper New Game Plus run, not in an all endings New Game Plus run, where you had as many +6 items as you needed, you should theoretically be able to get it by, with like perfect luck as well, with like no rainy days or like minimal rainy days, you should be able to get it by the 15th or like the 14th maybe, because you'd be getting like +10 every day, and you only need like 120 affection. Oh well, so you don't actually need 120 affection for like the cutscene at 9 o'clock. You need 120 affection for the cutscene that I'm about to get. I need to go all the way to the villa now. And this is also pretty much impossible, I think, if you don't use the horse, because you have to get to the villa within a certain time, I think. Might be wrong on that one. But it certainly helps to have the horse. I think I somehow messed up. Oh shit, I haven't given Kate the items. God damn it. I haven't interacted with Kate today, so I'm exactly 10 affection behind. Ah. Okay, okay. I'm a little bit worried now that I can't get it because of the villa cutscene. Oh wait, no, it's not actually the villa that I need to worry about. It's because you need to get back to the cafe before 5 o'clock, because it closes at 5. So I'll make it back in time for this one, but then when I get back after the villa, if I can even get the villa cutscene, it won't be the cafe anymore, it'll be the bar. Which maybe that won't make a difference, but I don't know. The irritating thing is I had so much time as well to not mess that up. Because the good thing about being able to do this all in one day is usually you'd have to wait until like 9 o'clock for that final cutscene, or for that cutscene at the Goddess Pond. But because you basically, like, if you do it all on this day, you basically run back and forth so much, like, enough to, like, you don't end up waiting for that long. What do you use to get video from your PlayStation 2? So I'm actually playing on the PlayStation 4. I'm playing on the, I don't know what Sony calls their, like, you know, virtual console, but I'm playing on the PlayStation 4 and I'm using an Elgato HD60. It's a pretty decent HD capture card if you don't mind putting up with the fact that it has like a few seconds lag, because you can get lagless HD capture cards, but I managed to find like a second-hand one of like, because even then, like, Elgato like HD60s are still pretty expensive, but I managed to find a pretty decent like second-hand one for not that much. Yeah, like pretty much any like HD capture cards, like they're all very expensive. Yeah, I messed this up. Dang. That's a shame. Oh well. There'll be a time save in the next run. Alright, so now I basically just have to sleep until the 14th, because that's the next day I'll be able to get the 9 o'clock cutscene. Yeah, because the 14th is Tuesday. Why is my only Harvest Moon 64 run marrying Karen? Because so 2 years ago I did what I referred to as the Year of Harvest Moon speedrunning, where I basically ran, or I attempted to anyway. I attempted to run a different category of a different Harvest Moon game every month of 2017. And that month I was running Harvest Moon 64, and I ran Karen just because it's the easiest one to get into. I have done, like, ages ago, I did do offline runs. I think I may have even streamed them, but I just didn't highlight them. But I have done potpourri runs. I just haven't saved them. Well, I haven't saved them on Twitch anyway. But yeah, I mean, I do kind of want to go back to 64, or like actually learn it at some point, but I don't know when I will. I think when I did run Karen 2 years ago, I don't think any of the current strats had been like done yet, so it was still like a that was, so like my PB was kind of like how the route was done at that time, but it's changed quite a bit since then. At what point does the Harvest Moon series start going downhill? I've seen a lot of Harvest Moon fans say it stops being good at some point. That depends on who you ask, because some people say the series went downhill after Friends of Mineral Town, and I just cannot agree with that at all. It depends what you mean, like downhill just in general. I don't know, because personally, I think it hasn't just been one downhill thing and then, you know, constant, personally. I think it's like, you know, it's a bit like a roller coaster. They have, you know, their ups and downs. oh man, the Natsumi split. This is a fun topic. Okay, so Harvest Moon in Japan is known as Bokujo Monogatari, or roughly translated as Farm Story. Originally made by, don't remember the actual company's name, but eventually that company was bought out by Marvelous. So it's easy to just pretend it's made by Marvelous. Marvelous teamed up with Natsumi, the publisher, to publish the game and the series in the West. And they had this partnership going for many, many years. Until New Beginning was the last one. Harvest Moon New Beginning was the last game in which Marvelous hired Natsumi to be the translator slash publisher. For the games and series, in which case, like at that point, their partnership ended. During that, so Natsumi went, "Hey, we have the trademark for Harvest Moon, this title of the series in the West. And they said to Marvelous, "Do you want it?" And Marvelous went, "No, we don't." So Natsumi went, "Okay, we'll keep it then." And since then, Natsumi have used the Harvest Moon trademark to make their own Harvest Moon games, or their own games under the Harvest Moon title. Whilst Marvelous have now teamed up with Xseed to publish the game in the West, the game in the series in the West, under the title Story of Seasons. And this has caused a lot of controversy because people don't like the fact that Natsumi are now making games called Harvest Moon when they're not technically Harvest Moon games. And people also just don't like the newer game. Like, people just don't particularly like the newer games anyway, which I like them, honestly. Like, I like both Natsumi's Harvest Moon and Story of Seasons. Are the Story of Seasons games any good? I haven't played the originals, or the quote-unquote original Story of Seasons, but I've played Trio of Towns, and I'm playing it at the moment, and I really enjoy it. Like, I'm really enjoying playing Trio of Towns at the moment. And as I said, like, I'm enjoying... I do enjoy Natsumi's ones. I kind of understand why people wouldn't enjoy them as well, but I do enjoy them for what they're worth and what they are. But so the reason why Nico said the games went downhill after Animal Parade is because Animal Parade was the last game in the series in which the director/creator of the series worked on. So that was the last game that he worked on in the series before he left. Yeah, it's summer, I can get pink out flowers now. So if you kind of want to argue when like Harvest Moon stopped being Harvest Moon, you have like a few different points, but personally I don't think it matters a whole bunch. It just kind of... I don't know, because if you enjoy the games and if people, if people can find enjoyment in the games, I don't really feel like it matters anyway at the end of the day. Yeah, I think they seem to go for like the isometric, like top-down view for the handheld games, and for the consoles ones they've always usually done. It's been about half and half really, actually. Because SNES 64, Back to Nature, A Magical Melody were all like top-down, and then Save the Homeland, Wonderful Life, Animal Parade, and Tree of Tranquility were all like... Actually, no, True Tranquility and Animal Parade were kind of top down as well, actually. That's the thing, though. I feel like the only people who would understand what you meant when you say farm story, are people who are fans of Harvest Moon, and they'd know what you mean if you said Story of Seasons or Harvest Moon anyway. I may have to go and retrieve my horse. Maybe not. If I get very good weather luck, I shouldn't have to retrieve my horse. Actually, no, I have to retrieve my horse anyway because I have to wait until 12. That's fine. Okay. I'm remembering how the game works. I messed up one thing, and then this ending just takes all the time. Has anyone ever world record on one ending in an all endings run? I suppose technically yes, because basically every ending you do other than the first counts as a New Game Plus run, and the New Game Plus leaderboard is for the most part empty. Oh, you're the... That's for Glitchless, I don't care. But yeah, so I mean, like technically this would be world record. Well, not because I've beat it. Like this will be slower than my previous Glitchless one. But I think... Oh, what endings have been done in New Game Plus? I think Horse Race has. I'm pretty sure Heinz has done Horse Race. And Bluebird and Fishy Story have been done as well. I feel really bad, I can't remember the name of the person who's done them, but because somebody's been doing like New Game Plus runs recently. I feel bad because I can't remember their name. Speedrun.com won't load, so I can't say their name. Witch Acorn, there it is, Witch Acorn has done a few runs. Oh, actually, Heinz has done a... I didn't know Heinz had done a Cake Contest New Game Plus run. So this actually wouldn't be world record on my previous attempt. But yeah, so there's a run for Bluebird, Cake Contest, Fishy Story, and Horse Race. But so because no one else has done New Game Plus runs, basically every run besides those in this run would be a New Game Plus world record. How'd you save so much time on Treasure Hunt? So the reason I saved so much time on Treasure Hunt is because, so in my PB, I originally did Treasure Hunt 1 first and Endangered Weasel second. And I swapped them around because in Treasure Hunt, in both of the Treasure Hunt endings, you have to befriend a lot of people. Oh, this is failed Cake 2. In both the Treasure Hunt endings, you have to befriend a lot of people, so obviously you need a lot of items. And so what I did is, in this one, because I did Endangered Weasel first, Endangered Weasel has a few cutscenes that allow you to, where you have to wait until 7 o'clock to activate. So it gives you time to just forage a bunch of items. So so what basically happened is I went into Treasure Hunt 1 with a lot of items that I didn't have that I wouldn't have had in my PB split. So instead of having to spend a lot of time going to the side and picking up a bunch of items, I already had a lot of items. I think I also just got, I don't think I messed, I have a feeling I messed up with watering in my PB, but I don't know. Yeah, so what New Game Plus is at the end of each end, every time you complete an ending, the game prompts you to save, and when you save and then load the file up, it starts you at the beginning of the year again, but it keeps over all of the money, all of the items, and all of the animals you had from the previous, from when you saved, essentially. So all affection is reset. Certain key items are removed, like Kurt's fishing rod or the silver fishing rod. But yeah, so items are kept and money is kept and stuff like that. So basically what this run is you complete all the 9 different endings on one continuous like save file. Can we go back to how the horse race saves the homeland? So the horse race saves the homeland because when you win the horse race, when Gwen and Bob take your horse to win the horse race, and they win the horse race, it's a thing of like then they host the horse race in that town next year, so they can't get rid of the town because that's where they're hosting the horse race from the next year. Okay, so this one could have gone a little bit better. Because I messed up. I messed up the one day. Shouldn't have messed up. But oh well. That just means I've got time saving future runs, so that's fine. Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't think it makes sense that like they take your horse, considering you beat them in the horse race, and they go, okay, I know you beat us, but we're still gonna race. You can just provide the horse. I'm not sure that's how horse racing works. I'm pretty sure it's a combination of both jockey and horse, not just one. Yeah, we still win the race this way, so we still say it's a home run, so we'll take it. Okay, 3 endings left. I don't actually know how any of my time saves. Oops, I changed comparisons. Okay, I know I have big old time save in Azure Swallowtail. Goddess Stress I don't know, because Goddess Stress I think will genuinely just come down to luck with weather, I think. Fishy Story can go a little bit faster because in my PB I had to. I still had to look after my chicken. Three endings left. 2/3 of the way through. In terms of endings, I don't think we're 2/3. I think we're a little bit over 2/3 through. In terms of time. I hope so. Anyway. Did they really say that? Wow. Games for this, guides for this game though are like really bad. Which I can kind of understand why, because this game is just so stupidly complex with things like affection and like certain requirements. It's like, especially when it comes to either of the treasure hunts. Like if you didn't look in the game's values, it's like easy to just kind of assume the requirement for treasure hunt is just befriend everybody and, you know, just cross your fingers and hope for the best. But yeah, but that's weird that it says you can't get it with Katie, because that's like the one character you would assume you definitely could get it with. My stream's still up. Okay. I just want to check the stream's still up for everybody, because my Twitch player crapped itself for a minute. But I haven't dropped any frames on OBS. OBS hasn't told me I've done anything wrong. Okay. I think that was just a thing with the Twitch player then, that wasn't like anything too bad. It's okay, I don't think you missed much. You should still be in the VOD anyway. I think that was just a live thing. So yes, this is my second run of all endings. I've got to check something. No way, that's right. Okay. I didn't think Joe and Kurt both had 10 as their gift. value, but apparently they do. I find that a bit weird, but okay. Okay, so this is the fishy story ending. I'm befriending a lot of Joe and Kurt, which we haven't actually seen like any of so far in the run. Like, this is, I think, the only actual ending that requires Joe. And this is one of the 2 endings that require Kurt. And the other ending that requires Kurt doesn't really require Kurt. +6 yet. Oh, good. Yeah, so I'm going to be befriending Joe and Kurt. Oh, I didn't mean to get this now. Oh well. That should make a difference. I just wasn't expecting to get it now. I'll stop running around. So Joe is pretty simple. You only need to get him to 100 affection, and you don't really obtain any +6 items in the run. So you just give him fairy berries and talk to him. Kurt's a little bit different. Kurt requires a little bit more than Joe does. And I actually have quite a few +6 items for Kurt. Like, actually, I'm going to move that copper in my bag because that's a +6 with him. And this one will be a little bit quicker. But as you may be able to tell by the title of this ending is focused mostly on fishing, or will be at some point. You still need affection with people, so it very much ends up being split into 2 parts: the affection and befriending end, the sort of part at the beginning, and then the fishing part at the end. Second half, really, kind of. I don't think it takes like a whole half, but I don't know. We'll see. I think it's nice that they eventually gave, like, they actually made some characters that are carpenters. Because in the first few games they were, like you could talk to the carpenters, like, they're obviously characters, but, like, they were just kind of, like, background characters. They weren't, like, I don't know, they were just carpenters, and that was it. I think this may have actually been one of the first games where, like, the carpenters... Actually, no, I suppose, I don't know, because the head carpenter, I think, in 64... I don't remember it exactly, because I don't play much of 64, but, like, is an actual, like, character, isn't just, like, a duplicate. But then, like, all the workers are, like, the same person. And then in Back to Nature, there's... Gots? I think so. I think that's his name. The part of this run's time saves are a bit weird, or not time saves, but like the comparison that I'll have against my PB will be a bit weird because of weather. So for example, I have had pretty much like no rainy weather so far. I don't think I actually have had rainy weather at all in this particular ending. And I remember having quite a bit in my PB. And rainy weather is interesting because, for the most part, it doesn't seem to make a difference. Like, for most days you can interact with both Joe and Kurt anyway. But Kurt actually gets a +5 when he's in his shack, which is where he's at on rainy days. But then rainy days also take a little bit longer because... because Kurt and Joe are then separate, and you have to look after your horse. Yeah, well, I'm hoping it's not going to be 3... Well, it might be close to 3 hours, but hopefully a little less than that. So I'd like to get, like, somewhere around, like, 9 hours 30, maybe. Because I do have a big time save in Azure Swallowtail. All over the place with keeping track of Kurt's affection. I'm a bit worried with where I am. Sub 9 or bust. I definitely don't think I'll get sub 9 this run, and I wouldn't be able to tell you right at this moment if sub 9 is possible. I think maybe with enough grinding, maybe. With enough good luck. Hopefully. I don't know at this moment in time. Whoa! Where'd you go, Kurt? Okay, bye then. Guess I just won't talk to Kurt today. Okay, I need somebody to confirm that that did just happen and I wasn't just going crazy and Kurt did just like vanish into the nether realm. That was bizarre. Whoa, oh, I definitely haven't kept track of this right. Have I ever played Conquer or Xenoblade? Actually exit the room. I haven't played Xenoblade. And many years ago I played like the intro to Conquer. But didn't get much beyond that. No, I don't want to give that item. What day is it? 12th. The Excel document that I use to keep track of perfection has like been like really screwed up at some point. Like, it's specifically only screwed up for Joe. I think it's fine for Kurt. So I don't actually know whether now I got the right days. I'm just gonna have to go a little bit over for both of them. Interestingly, like, when Xenoblade came out for the Wii, I was interested in getting it, but just never did. And then, I don't know, I think I just felt like after that, like, eventually, I think I just kind of saw it as like, yeah, that train has passed. And I've just never, like, bothered kind of, like, getting myself into it since. I think, I don't know, I think the newer games also look a bit too, I somehow find a way to, I'm sure I find a way to accidentally say this like every stream. The guy who plays Harvest Moon, I think it looks a bit too anime. And it kind of puts me off it. Oh wait, was it not why did I think it was a Thursday today? Right, I should be done befriending Joe now. I theoretically shouldn't be like have befriended him today, but I don't know. I've just I don't know. My Excel document has been really wacky with me. Ending. What day was it? 14th. So this will be the 12 items. But I've definitely got Joe. I think I've kept everything. I think I'm on track with Kurt. Honestly, I'm just never sure what I think of RPGs. Because when I buy them and when I play them, for the most part I do end up enjoying them. But I'm still never like... I don't ever feel like interested in them, if that makes sense. Like, I don't look for RPGs, but then sometimes I'll play one and I'll enjoy it. I think maybe that's because I don't play like a lot of RPGs, I end up enjoying them. And it's not like I've played them and then had like a negative experience, so I don't like them, but I don't know. It's weird. Despite enjoying them, I never get like excited or hyped for them, I suppose. Would I consider Harvest Moon an RPG? Not really. Like, personally, RPG itself is a really... It's not a great name for a genre, because it could mean anything. Or, like, not mean anything, but, like, it doesn't mean anything, if anything. Like, it's a role-playing game. Like, it's a game where you take on a different role. So it's like, Exactly, it's a bit broad. So it's like, yeah, technically in Harvest Moon, you know, I take on the role of a character and, you know, and a farmer. So, yes. But it's not an RPG in, like, the sense of... If you were to name RPG games and, like, you know, if you were to ask someone what... If you were, like, you know, go through, like, a bunch of popular RPG games, this wouldn't come up immediately. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but that being said, I would consider Rune Factory an RPG. I think Rune Factory has more elements of an actual RPG game than Harvest Moon does. Okay, I need to start focusing on fishing now, because I'm pretty much done, hopefully, befriending everyone. I'm not like massively oh, this is the rainy season now, isn't it? Yeah. Right. I don't know off the top of my head like a bunch of 64 games anyway, but I think the only other like game I'd be, yeah, Quest 64 is the only other game I'd be able to name that I think is an RPG. I don't know how good it is. I've heard questionable things about it. Some people like it, some people don't, I think, is the general consensus. Quest 64 isn't a game. Fair enough. I wish the Custom Robo games got released in English though, because I played Custom Robo Arena for the DS, and it's such a fun game. Nice. From what I can remember, I might be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure Custom Robo on the GameCube is like a... I'm sure it's one of those like ridiculously rare games. I know it never got released in Europe, so if I wanted to play it, I'd have to get an import copy and play it on one of my modded consoles. But I don't know if like the GameCube Custom Robo is one of those like ridiculously hard to find or ridiculously expensive ones as well. But I would like I'd kind of like to play that at some point as well. I want to replay Custom Robo Arena at some point. Because I got a second copy just so I wouldn't have to erase my old file. And I haven't like played it again yet, but I really want to. I probably will at some point. I've been tempted to stream it, honestly. Because it's just one of my favourite games. Well, I don't know, I always find myself a little bit wary of casual streaming. Right, okay. Fishing time, hopefully. How much money do I have? I'm fine for money. Okay, so I need to catch 3 fish and then re-enter the lake. So fishing in this game is a bit weird, but when you play it enough you kind of get used to how it works. Just a lot of recasting your line, hoping for a bigger fish. Come on, game. No, I haven't ever seen some punishment for being N64. I feel like I've heard of it, like I've heard its name before, but I don't think I've ever like seen gameplay of it. Come on, fish, get a little closer. Closer, not further away. This is probably just going to be trash, isn't it? That was way too easy. Right, please just be a medium, because if you're a large I won't be able to catch you. Okay, time to watch 2 cutscenes and leave. Okay, that's quite interesting. Good time to get localized as well if they've got if they had like a sequel coming out for it. Okay, so what's happening in the current story of the fishy story is Joe's going to ask Lewis to make and sell silver fishing rods. So starting from tomorrow, silver fishing rods will now be on sale, so I'm going to go and obtain one of them. I think at some point I need to sell money. So I need to sell money. Yeah, no, I need to sell some items. Not much, I only need to make 2,500 I think. But I am a little bit behind. Oh, let's not forget my horse. Yeah, I don't need to sell money, I need to sell items in order to obtain money. Okay. Maybe. Oh no, I definitely do. I'm about 2,500 short, currently-ish. Okay, what day is it today? Wednesday. Wednesday should be fine. What games did I grow up with? So I kind of grew up kind of partially with GameCube and Wii games. So, so the GameCube games that I actually have like a proper memory of playing are like Wind Waker, Luigi's Mansion, Pokemon Colosseum, and stuff like the Wii. Things like Super Paper Mario. What else? All the kind of Wii games that came out. How old am I? I'm 21, so I was kind of like, well, yeah, I was like early teen during the Wii. And because I was a Nintendo fan, I pretty much stuck with the Wii and like the Nintendo consoles. I mean, hey, being 21, I will take being called a little kid. Oh, Mario Galaxy was good. I really enjoyed Mario Galaxy. I remember getting it. Like, I remember getting it when it came out and being so excited to play it. The Wii did have quite a few good games. It was just hidden under a lot of shovelware, I think. But yeah, as I said, like, I was kind of between console generations. Like, I think I was like right on time for the DS, like, and like pretty much remembered like the entirety of the DS. Oh no, it's fucking shut today. I am a big dumb. But like I kind of like I remember like a few things about the GameCube, but like most of the games were like my brother's. But I remember like quite a few things about the Wii as well. Mad that I wasted time doing that. I think that's 8. Yeah, so that's 8 fish total, so I can now get the next cutscene. So now I just need to catch 6 large fish. And then that's pretty much all the fishing done. With the exception of 1. Oh wait, now where am I going? Let's not go to sleep. I was a little bit behind on Kurt's affection. Not a massive amount, not amount to worry about. Oh no, it's Friday today, they're working. I'll get them on the way back down. Surprisingly enough, it looks like I may even save time on this ending, but I just feel like this one is going really, like, I feel like I'm making loads of mistakes. I mean, I'm not arguing the GameCube wasn't a good system. Like, I like the GameCube as well. Like, there definitely were some good games for that. Okay, so now I need to catch 6 large fish. But that's the thing. The GameCube may have had a better library than the Wii, but the Wii could still play GameCube games, so the Wii didn't like cut you off from that library. You're not going to go forward, fish? This one's only going to be a medium. Yeah, the Wii is like super easy to homebrew, which is actually like wonderful. Because like since speedrunning, I've gone through like maybe 3 different Wiis, just from just general crashes and stuff, like, and they stop working. But they because like they're really easy to homebrew and like get back to the same point. But now consoles nowadays are a little bit more complex than that, and it's a bit of a shame, kind of. But like, it wouldn't be as much of a shame if region locking wasn't still a thing, I suppose. Oh, come on, game. Also, hey, Meow Mix Max. I know you posted, you said something in chat earlier, but I didn't say hey. I was busy with something happening in the game. How many large fish have I got now? 4, I'm a bit worried I've messed up, because I'm sure it works on Fridays. It might only be Monday. I'm sure it does. I'm sure it's Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Joe comes fishing after he finishes work. I always get a little bit worried about this because I messed it up. Yeah, I messed it up during like a practice run once, and never been the same since. Okay, I just need to catch 1 more large fish. Okay, come on. Okay. Throwing it back I don't think matters. That's fine. Okay. Okay, so okay, so now I need to enter Walnut Forest on a Tuesday. And then hopefully the next day Kurt should come along and okay, no, definitely the next day Kurt should come along. I should get a cutscene with him. And then I just have to give him 10 regular herbs. And then I should be able to get another cutscene with him. I definitely have enough, yeah, okay. Okay, how many days do I have to wait for the next cutscene? 3, okay. I probably will save time on this ending just because I didn't have to worry about oh actually what I'll do is I'll wait until the 14th. Yeah, I'm gonna save time on this ending, or I should save time on this ending because I didn't have to worry about my chicken laying golden eggs at all during it, like I did in my PB. But I just feel like this ending hasn't gone that well, like in terms of actually playing it. Maybe it's just because I've been like distracted, like keeping track of things, and it felt like it hasn't gone that well. I don't know. Okay, so that being said, we're approaching the end because of this ending. Because all I have left to do is catch the silver fish, which you can only catch on nights of the full moon, which are 14th, 15th, 29th, and the 30th of any month. But you also have to wait until 5 o'clock, so what I'm going to be doing is catching a lot of... Ooh, good. Think about I need these. So what I'm going to be doing is catching a lot of large fish, or attempting to catch a lot of large fish, because large fish are worth +6 with Gina when she's, I believe it's over 30 affection. And I think they're the only +6 items she has. Or they're one of the only ones. They're the only one I know of. She has quite a few +5s, but they're the only +6. So the more large fish I can get, kind of the better, really. I don't actually remember how many I went. I think I went into Goddess Dress in my PB with like 14 or something. So you should, because you have to catch 6 large fish for this ending anyway, you should go into it with a minimum of 6, but I accidentally threw one away. So I might go in with 5 if I can't seem to catch another one. I feel like this is only a medium. Yeah. But yeah, so starting from around 5 o'clock, I'm going to be trying to catch the silverfish, and the silverfish is a bit of a difficult fish to catch, which is why I made a safety save at the beginning of the day. So what's going to happen is when it gets to 5 o'clock, I'm just going to start constantly casting my reel out until I can see that the silverfish is out there. You can tell it's the silverfish because it's the only fish that spawns away from your line. So as you can kind of tell, like all of these fish are like spawning like next to my line, like a little bit in front, a little bit behind, that kind of thing. The silverfish spawns a notable difference away, or a noticeable difference away anyway. I'm doing so well with these large fish. It's a good thing saying that then spawned a large fish. I've only got one left before I need to start spamming the silverfish. No, that's just going to be a medium. Okay, I'm just going to start spamming for the meat for the silverfish now. And of course now I'm getting like quite a few large fish. I'm getting loads of large fish now that I'm not going for them. Go on, game, please spawn me silverfish. Oh, there we go. Okay. Here we go. Nice. Oh, you upset horse. Okay, do I have to go back to the lake for the final cutscene? I don't remember. It doesn't say in my notes. I may have to, I don't know. Okay, so I'll save time in this split, but I can definitely save more in the future. I think, anyway. But I just feel like this run, like this particular ending didn't go that well. But I think that's just because, like, the spreadsheet that I used to keep track of affection just, like, really messed up points. So I just felt like I was really distracted during the run from that. Okay, we're approaching 2 endings left, which is good. These endings aren't that long either. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'll save a bit of time here, maybe like 10 minutes or so. I don't think the credits or post-credits cutscene is that long on this one. I'll definitely save like at least 10 minutes, I think. 10 minutes plus. Okay, so how long... Okay, Goddess Dress takes 50 minutes. Azure Swallowtail should only take 35. It obviously doesn't take an hour 10. That's what? An hour 20-ish? I might get sub 9. Maybe? I think for this particular run, it's going to be very close. I think though in future runs it's definitely possible. I think if this particular run doesn't get sub 9, it'll be very close to 9. Like, it'll be within the first 10 minutes of 9 hours, I think. It depends on... I think now it just kind of depends on how well Goddess Dress goes. I think. Because I'll be a little bit behind an hour ahead. A little bit behind an hour ahead at the end of this ending. At the end of this split. And I can save roughly half an hour on Azure Swallowtail. But I can basically cut Azure Swallowtail in half. Yeah, I'm definitely going to save just before I get Azure Swallowtail, before I like finish it. Because I really don't want to have to do it a second time like I did in my PB. Okay, Goddess Dress time. I mean, I would like to get sub 9 as well. I can't guarantee it. It's mostly down to luck, I feel, at this point. I would definitely like to get sub 9 as well. Okay, Gina, it's 30 that she starts getting. Plus 6s and 5s at. Are there any games I'd consider to be the true successors or spiritual successors to Harvest Moon, not counting Story of Seasons? I don't really know. I suppose not. You probably can't count Rune Factory either, because that's a spin-off from Harvest Moon. I suppose... Yeah. I was going to say, I think the closest you'd probably get to an answer is Stardew Valley. Myself, I'm not a massive fan of Stardew Valley. I don't particularly like it, but it's definitely very popular, and a lot of people do like it, so that's... If you ask basically anyone else, they'd probably say that's like the spiritual successor to Harvest Moon. Yeah, so the full title, kind of full title, of the first Rune Factory was Rune Factory: A Fantasy Harvest Moon, and it's made by the same people, and yeah, and like the first game has like has like the subtitle of Fantasy Harvest Moon, so it was intended as like they kind of like dropped the subtitle from like the later games, but that's what it was kind of shown to be at first. What's where you going? I am not too familiar with the Persona series myself, so I'm not sure how accurate that description is. Oh yeah, they also had Innocent Life. Actually, I feel like I might be mistaking that then. I'm not sure if Rune Factory did have the subtitle, because I might have been mistaking it with Innocent Life, that had the subtitle of A Futuristic Harvest Moon. They might have both had it, I'm not sure. Okay, I wasn't aware Persona was a spin-off. As I said, I really don't know much about that series, so I just thought it was its own thing. Interesting, there's kind of like another spin-off from Harvest Moon, which I think this would be counted as like the original Harvest Moon spin-off from Marvelous, which is River King, which is the Fishing Harvest Moon. So you've got Harvest Moon, the Harvest Moon, and then you've got Rune Factory, the Fantasy Harvest Moon, Innocent Life, the Futuristic Harvest Moon, and then River King is the Fishing Harvest Moon. You can kind of maybe even throw Hometown Story in as like a secret fifth one, though that's not a series, that was just a single game. I don't know which one that would be. That would be like the shopping Harvest Moon, maybe? the the capitalistic Harvest Moon. How many do I have there? Okay. Did I just give her a fish or not? I want to say I did, but I don't know if I did. You can tell it's getting late for me because my brain is just brain farting all over the place now. I haven't played much of River King. There may be a couple people in chat who have. I know there are a few people in the Harvest Moon speedrunning community who have played a bit of River King, or a few of the River King games. They seem to quite enjoy them. I think they're quite decent games. I've only played a little bit of one of them. I don't remember which one it was. It was one of the early ones for like Game Boy, I think. No, it's not. Never mind then. There you go, you've summoned Desert now. Oh, I forgot to befriend Katie. I was supposed to befriend Katie yesterday. Wasn't there a River King game released in the West on... It was either the GameCube or the PS2. Wasn't there what, like... That was like one of the few console ones that got released, wasn't it? Wonderful Life ripoff. It recalls them as like The Wonderful Journey, wasn't it? That's like, that's kind of what I remember. That might be wrong, that's just kind of like easy memory in the back of my head. It uses the same assets as Wonderful Life. Like, just for the fishing or for like the characters as well. Because I'd be totally down for a game where you're just kind of fishing and then Muku Muku just appears out of nowhere. Oh, just text boxes and textures. They do that a lot nowadays anyway. Like, they reuse a bunch of like styles and sound effects and things like that. There's another typo for a few typo fans in this game. Goon Morning. Whoa, where am I going? People who may have missed a little bit of the stream earlier, you missed the discovery of a brand new typo that I hadn't seen before, in which instead of saying spoiled, they misplaced they got the L and the I the wrong way round, so it says spolied. So I will say they saved the best for last, but I'm not going to spoil that yet. That's just a little teaser. That certainly sounds like an interesting fishing game. Oh wait, no. Let's not leave my horse outside and have to waste 500G to make it not ill anymore. I think I'm almost out of fodder. I've had really weird luck with rain this ending. At some point, I need to run over to Casey and introduce myself to her because I forgot to do it last Monday. I may as well do that today. There's like no good time to do it now. I've kind of missed like the best time to do it, so I may as well do it now. Oh, actually, I just remembered, I might have to sell a couple of items, but if I wait until the shop opens and buy more cheese, I shouldn't have to visit her a second time. So I can just leave it for the first Monday. That might even be open on the way back. I'm probably out of fish now. Yeah. Okay, so these are all only worth +5 now. Hopefully. Yeah, Milk S should I'm pretty sure Milk S is only worth +5. That is quite a cheap game. Oh, I'm not waiting for long. Ah, not that long. This is easy. I need to sell some stuff though. Ah, I can sell some tomatoes. No, I don't need tomatoes. Oh, I could have sold all these. I don't need berries anymore. Really weird luck with weather this ending. I'm actually a little bit cautious about using the small milk. Okay, no. She says the same thing for big milk, so that's fine then. Where am I going? Please don't rain anymore until I have to wait. Until after I wait for the tool shop to open and do a bunch of sickling. Okay, just please don't rain tomorrow. Good. I realised doing cheese strats with Katie this time didn't work. I don't know why I thought cheese strats were the +10. And then, well, okay, I do know why, because I, for some reason, was taking into account +4 that I wasn't going to be getting. Luckily, as long as it doesn't rain tomorrow, game, I can still get the second cutscene to skip the rainy season. Oh, okay. This might not make a massive difference because I'm about to get a +6. Okay. I just need it to not rain tomorrow so I can quickly run over to the lake and finish befriending Katie for this ending. Thankfully not, I suppose, because otherwise we'd have very sporadic weather. Strange enough, I'm a little bit hesitant to believe that. Okay, so it shouldn't rain tomorrow. Good. We should skip the rainy season. Okay, time to get some cutscenes. Unfortunately, unlike Cake Contest, you just can't play this so that you get a bunch of cutscenes all in one day, even if you play it well. Like, they just end up getting separated out a bit too much. Oh, where am I going? Not paying attention to the game. Quick stop off at the Goddess Dress. The Goddess Pond. There we go. Make a quick stop off at the Goddess Pond to watch a couple cutscenes. Maybe just one. I don't know if the first cutscene activates if this one is prioritized. Quickly re-enter. So now, starting from tomorrow, the silk thread will be available from the what's it called? From the tool shop. So at this point in the run, I don't really need to obtain any more items for any more endings. Like, I have enough for the rest of this ending. I have all the appropriate items for the final ending as a Swallowtail. So this is pretty much just what I'm going to do. I'm just going to sickle some grass. So when it rains, or if it rains at any point, I can definitely feed my horse. Okay, I think I'm only a couple days off finishing befriending Gina, so I can probably leave the last few days to do Wednesday, Saturdays. So now that I've got the silk thread, I can return to the goddess pond. And then in 7 days they'll return to me with I don't remember what it's called, but it's, you know, they've turned the silk thread into more new material, goddess yarn or something. I don't remember what it is. The next cutscene will happen 7 days since I gave silk dress, not the silk dress, the silk thread to the goddess. Should only have like 2 more days left of interacting. You know. So I accidentally slept over this Saturday. So for the last few days I can just do Wednesday Saturday strats. Because you kind of have to leave like a week apart from like various cutscenes anyway. Because I don't know, the game just wants you to do that, the game forces you to wait like a week between various cutscenes. Oh no, it would have been on Monday. I don't think I'd get anything. Oh, I think this next cutscene I can't do on a Wednesday, which I messed up on my PB. I think you have to do it on a day that isn't a Wednesday or a Saturday. Because it's supposed to be when Gina's in the villa. Just a little bit more waiting. I'll have to wait until 12. I probably tested this in my PB as well, but I just kind of want to check it again. There definitely is between 12 and 4 that you have to go, and you can't get it earlier. But 12 and 10, I don't know why 4. I don't know why I keep thinking 4. That's fine. A good visual cue is deer goes, not deer. Well, no, deer comes out at 12. That's actually. Well, I originally was going to say is Gina goes in at like roughly 11, but a better visual cue is the fact that deer comes out at 12. Okay, as soon as these doors swing open, go. So there's actually not an optional cutscene that happens if you, well, that automatically triggers if you watch the previous cutscene on a Monday, because it triggers if you, so if I were to now go to the villa on a Monday, before 4 PM, another cutscene would trigger, but that cutscene is entirely optional. Okay, now I just need to wait a week. But yeah, so if you get that previous cutscene on a Monday, because it exits you out of the villa, the next cutscene just automatically plays. Thursday. Oh wait. Okay, no, that's fine. I was expecting that to be the final cutscene, but I still waited the right amount of days. I just need to wait 7 more. There we go. Just constantly waiting 7 days. Pretty sure another typo is coming up. Biggest praises, yeah, there you go. I think I might save a couple minutes, maybe like just 1 or 2 on this one. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'll save time. This one will be close. There wasn't really a lot of time save or loss. Yeah. But that'll change with the next ending, because the next ending should not take an hour and 11 minutes. It should take 35 minutes-ish. I'm thinking about going for risky strats for Azure Swallowtail. I'm thinking, like... Because I'm thinking about going for summer, rainy season to water the flower. Because you get 1 extra day of rain. I think it should be fine. I think as long as it, like, I'm a little bit worried though, just because I'm sure sometimes, like, I'm pretty sure, right, it's only if the blue mist flower doesn't bloom before fall, you fail the ending. Like, as long as it blooms before fall, you're fine. If it doesn't, you can't get it though, because it can only bloom in spring and summer. I think if I plant it on the 18th of summer, if I plant it on the 18th of summer, I should be fine. I may be even able to get like a couple like rainy days from the 18th. And be safe. Or not safe, but save a little bit of time. I think I might, yeah. Like, after I save, I'm just gonna close the game really quickly. Like, it won't cost that much time, because you have to watch the splash screens anyway. Like when you start a new save, or when you like finish a save. But I'm also going to make a safety save just before the end of Azure Swallowtail. Oh, forgot to split there. That's fine. It's basically like the same time anyway. So the reason why I did that is because in my PB, right at the end of the final ending as Azure Swallowtail, the game soft locked during the credits. It wasn't like a hard crash because the game kind of kept on going. Like, the characters in the credits were kind of stuck in like an animation loop. And the credits basically just never finished, so I had to... to restart the game, and the last time I had saved was at the end of the previous ending, so I had to redo Azure Swallowtail again, which is why this split is 1 hour 11 minutes 46 seconds, when it shouldn't take that long. Okay, I'm pretty sure the cutscene before, what's it called? Like, the cutscene where you get the Blue Mist Flower Seed, that forces good weather. So I'm just gonna kind of like keep that on the backlog and not get that cutscene until the 18th. Actually, I might try and plant. I might try and plant it on the 17th just to be safe. Because this is gonna be like it's gonna be very close. Excuse me. Yeah, this is gonna be very close to 9 hours, like the 9-hour mark. So sub 9 hours is definitely possible with a good run. This just might not be that run. I hope it is. It would be really good to get a sub 9-hour run. When I was just kind of hoping to get sub 10. Yeah, it is going to be very close. Like, either way, it's only going to be like either a couple minutes under or over. So either way, I'm still going to be happy with this as a second run. Oh. I was playing it risky and the game punished me for it. I was going for Sunday Lake strats, where you can get a +6 with Leela if she's at the lake. But I have until summer to kill anyway, so... And you only need to befriend her for 10 days, like... So... I do just have... Like, I am able to go for these, like... risky strats. Well, not risky strats, but... Well, kind of risky strats. I don't know if they're risky strats. They're just like... I don't know. If if the luck works out, then it's good, but it's not a massive deal if it doesn't, I suppose. I kind of mean to be careful because there is like, I do want to use various cutscenes to skip. Oh wait, no, what am I doing? Okay, don't want to do that, but whatever. Actually, no, because I want to use the 100 cutscene at 100 affection to skip the rainy season. So I kind of have to befriend her now. Okay, that's fine. Luckily, you have like so many days to befriend Leela that basically like wasted no time. Oh well, it didn't waste any time. Like the time loss came from it raining. Like the more it rains, the more time you lose. Because you have to look after your horse. I still think this is like a really good like last ending for this run, because it you know, it's like after 8 hours you kind of start kind of drifting off and stop paying attention, which I think was kind of evident from Fishy's story and Goddess Dress, honestly. But then Azure Swallowtail, because it's like the shortest ending, is pretty much like that final sprint. It's like that. Oh, okay. Well, you know, actually, like, go for proper strats and, like, you know, pay attention. Like, it's not a difficult ending. Just, you know, that final last bit of focus that you need before the end of the run. Okay, so that should be Kurt done. Only got 4 days left with Leela, and then we're done. I think if you were able to get both those, both of the Sundays that happened before the rainy season with her at the lake, you'd be able to cut 1 day out. It's just, I don't think just one would be enough. I think you'd have to get a second one. I think those few days that I skipped were a mistake, because I don't think I'm going to be able to finish befriending her before the rainy season now. I'm going to have, well, okay, that's not a big deal, I'm just going to have to like, I'm just going to have to like, oh no, I will have to go through the whole rainy season, oh wait, no, no. Assuming it doesn't rain tomorrow and Tuesday, then if it doesn't rain until the beginning of the rainy season, then I should only have to look after my horse for the first 2 days, and then I should be fine. Okay, so if it rains tomorrow now, it's not a big deal because I need to activate a cutscene inside the shop. Okay. So now I'm going to be done with befriending Leela. So I'm now done with befriending Leela. I just need to wait for the flower shop to open at 9 o'clock. And then in 3 days' time, I'll get a cutscene that should force good weather, so I don't have to worry about the rainy season in spring. And then 3 days after that, I'll get another cutscene which I'll basically hold on to and store that until I'll say the 17th. I'll plant the seed on the 17th of summer. And just give myself an extra day. Where have you gone, horse? So I'm gonna have to put my horse in the barn tomorrow because it's gonna rain. Stay as well. But then it should, hopefully, be sunny on the third day. Oh, I just thought I'm not actually going to be able to do this because even if it forces good weather, I'd then have to go outside to take out my horse. So it just doesn't work. Okay. For future reference, I need that cutscene before. I really do need that cutscene before the spring rainy season. This actually happened at a really bad time as well because I think if I take my horse out tomorrow, it'll get sick. And then the day after it'll activate the cutscene. Yeah, so I have to activate the next cutscene as well, so I can't guarantee any... Ah, this is really bad. This has not gone how I wanted it to go at all. Okay. So the reason why this is bad is, okay, because now it's very much up to luck. What I was planning on doing is having a certain cutscene basically on hold that would force good weather until summer. So the next few days is going to be easy, going to be fine. But there's going to be like a week or two period in summer that what I would have liked to have is guaranteed weather. But I just can't guarantee the weather, so I could get really good luck and it could be perfectly fine. I could get really bad luck and it could constantly rain. Why are you over there, horse? I think possibly the worst case scenario, or like the worst thing for it to happen is for it to constantly be switching between sunny and raining. Because obviously the best case is it just stays sunny now until the 17th. But it would be slightly better if it just kept, if it at least just kept raining, because then I wouldn't have to keep dealing with putting my horse inside and taking my horse back out and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know with that. Like, if it actually dies, I think that's a bit slow because you have to watch the cutscene, like you do the dog. I don't know. I think in this case you can do it properly. I just didn't. So I think there is like, so the strats I was going for where you can use like one of the cutscenes to skip past the spring rainy season, and then another one to skip past all of the summer weather luck. I think you can do that. I just messed up doing that. I hope it doesn't crash this time, but just in case, I'm gonna make a safety save just before the end. No, it was Goddess Dress that we both did before Azure Swallowtail. But I think it must be something to do with like playing it in like a long sitting or something, because when I did a segmented playthrough, I did the same route and like all the endings in the same order as I did in my PB, and it didn't happen then. Hey King Sada, I probably butchered that. I am playing Harvest Moon, Save the Homeland. for the PS2, but I'm playing on the PS4 version. I mean, I think it's a pretty good game. I'm probably not going to be playing Fortnite anytime soon. I mean, hey, you don't need to tell me to look at the graphics. I've spent the past almost 9 hours looking at them graphics. Honestly, I think the graphics and the styles were good for both games. They're just going for different. They were just going for different styles, so they look a little bit different. I mean, yeah, but we're talking about the dirt. Like, I don't care about the dirt. Like, I barely care about graphics in video games anyway, so, you know, I'm definitely not going to go, whoa, look at these ground textures, man. Well, thanks for watching, Deca, and thanks for the raid earlier. I think this is something that I'll try and, like, time and figure out before my next all endings attempt. Oh, come on. It's the fucking rainy season. Why are you doing this? It did this in Treasure Hunt 1 as well. Like, when you want it to be the rainy season, it just kind of goes, nah. You know that, like, 1% chance there is of it just not raining? I think I'll throw that at you. But yeah, I kind of need to time like the difference between feeding your horse every day and just running up to the mine, not the mine, running up to the goddess pond on your own on like the last day. But I think you actually would need, I think you need to go up to the goddess pond twice. Because there's a cutscene when it fully blooms, and then there's one 3 days later. I also need to test things with like, not feeding your horse but not leaving it out in the rain, because I'm pretty sure if you just forget to feed your horse but you leave it inside, I don't think it gets sick, or like it takes like a couple days of doing that for it to get sick. It just gets upset, I think, for the first few days. You may only actually have like 1 day before it gets sick, I don't know, but that's something I need to test as well. I need to do a little bit of testing before my next all endings run. Okay, so as you can probably tell, I'm not going to get sub 9, unfortunately. Still definitely going to get sub 10, though, which is good. It was my goal for today. Sub 9 was just kind of a bonus goal in like the last few endings when I looked at it and kind of thought, it might be possible. But I know like the different areas that I can improve in, so that's fine. I know some of the time saves. Some of them are just luck based, some of them are like actually play better. Now I just need to come back 3 days later. Yeah, I need to reset now that it's sub 9. Do it all again. That was not at all the direction I wanted you to turn around in a horse. Okay, and now I just need to enter the guy's pond again, 7 days later, and I'm done. I'm gonna make a safety save here. I'm just gonna let my horse get ill, I don't care. It has to be on a good weather day though, so. So 8 days, not. Oh, you definitely weren't sick. You lying horse, you had your head up for a little bit. Yeah, ripped the sub 9 unfortunately. I always forget how slow, like, you don't notice it for like the first half of the run when you don't have the horse, but then as soon as you get the horse and then you have to do any movement on foot, you just forget how slow you actually are. Okay. So once this cutscene is over, gameplay pretty much ends because there aren't any text boxes in the credits. There's no text boxes in the post credits cutscene. So assuming the game doesn't crash, then there's nothing else I can do. Hey, thanks for the bits, Desert. And thanks for the bits as well, Groot. I'm sure I'll be able to get sub 9 next time. Honestly, I could have got it this time, but there were just two, like, this ending and cake contest. I just beefed it on. Especially cake contest. Like, I shouldn't have lost all that time on cake contest, but I just messed that up so much. Okay, so improvements for next time. Aged Weasel, I don't know, because that's in kind of inaccurate time loss. That's just because I ended up doing that first. So I may be able to save time there, I may not. Bluebird, if I get good luck, I can save time there. Treasure Hunt 1 I actually feel like went pretty well, honestly. The only thing I would say with Treasure Hunt 1 is it threw one of the, oh, even though it's the rainy season, we're gonna not rain for one of the days for a laugh. It threw one of those at me. So I can save a little bit of time through that. Yeah. Bluebird, as I said, is luck. Treasure Hunt 2 went pretty well as well, actually. I can't think of any massive improvements for Treasure Hunt 2. Yeah, the egg luck was really good in Treasure Hunt 2. And even, like, it took like a few more extra days to get the golden milk, but even that was still pretty quick. So I'm not too bothered by that. Horse race was pretty much perfect. Like, the only way horse race could go faster, honestly, was if I got more golden eggs. Like, outside of that, horse race was just pretty much as good as it could. Like, horse race was clean. As I said, cake contests I just completely messed up on. Yeah, I could have got a little bit of better money luck in the first two endings. if I got better luck with things like medicinal herbs, I could have, like Bluebird could have gone better because I wouldn't have had to have sold some of the items I could have used for Lewis. Yeah, as I say, cake contest I just messed up on, and that was entirely on me. Fishy Story I think itself went pretty well, but I was just like, I don't know, I just didn't feel like I was keeping track of it very well on my like tracker, so it felt like I was losing a lot of time to not keeping track of it very well. Goddess Dress, the only improvement for Goddess Dress is if I get more large fish, I think. Maybe I can try like more, I don't know, the only other improvement I can think of for Goddess Dress is going full Wednesday, Saturday strats for it. But I don't know, that's just really risky because you have the horse. Thanks for the GG, Paulie, no hands. There you go. As I said, they saved the best typo for last. Congratulation. Brilliant. There you go. I now have 3 save files with all of the endings completed on.